All right, I think we are live. Let me know if you guys can hear me. If you are new to my channel, I am Boss Attorney Bri. I am a California licensed attorney and I practice trademark law and family law. On this channel, we cover celebrity lawsuits, trademark lawsuits, and any lawsuit we really feel like covering. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you guys are watching live, go ahead and hit the like button. And also, leave a message in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. So again, let me know if you guys can hear me. I'm just checking the chat to see, to make sure everybody can hear me. So drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. All right, so we already got a few people here. We have Alile, hello, welcome Michaela, welcome Casey, welcome Leah Ninja, okay, welcome Kickback Man, welcome KLB. Who else do we have here? We have Laura here. Afternoon for some people. It's morning for me over here in California. And we have Casey saying, don't forget to do the YouTube things, everyone. Yes, which means like and subscribe if you have not already. And also comment in the chat so we can see who's all here with us today. Okay, so I'm seeing a couple ones come through and I'm just kind of flashing through to see who's all here. All right, so today, as some of you know, we are here live on it's scheduled, but not our usual time when we go live here on this channel. We're usually Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4 p.m. PST. However, today we are going live in an attempt to help me get monetized. Also today, we are going to be going over a recap of the witnesses in the Johnny Depp trial. And Nate the lawyer has been so kind to provide me with his objections game, so we may play that a little later on. I know a couple of members of LawTube should be popping in a little later on. And I'm also going to be having my boyfriend Alpha join me here on the live stream as well, while we wait for some of LawTube to come and while he has some time before he has to leave us. So I'm just waiting for him to pop in. Oh my gosh, we have 94 people in the chat, which is the highest number I have ever had. So thank you everyone for supporting. Oh, and I almost forgot. Today we are also going to be voting on my emoji that needs to go next to my name. So get ready to determine what emoji you think that I should have. So if you are new to LawTube or you're not sure what I'm talking about, many of the LawTubers have little emojis next to their name, which represents their chat. So when they go into other people's chats, they can drop their favorite LawTuber within the chat or letting them know who sent them over. So we are actually going to be voting on that emoji. So if you guys have an emoji that you would like for me to use, go ahead and drop it in the chat now. I'm going to try to figure out how to do the poll on YouTube so that you guys can actually vote live. And so I know some people have already said the sunflower. We also had the Black Queen. Who else did we have? We had the nerdy emoji with the glasses. So go ahead and drop the emojis you think that I should use, and I will try to make the poll. So let me just, I forgot to open up YouTube Studio here. So let me just go over there and see if I'm able to set up a poll, because right now I'm streaming through StreamYard and it doesn't allow me to do the poll. So let me check this out. Let's go to content, let's go to live. Let's see if it lets me in the studio. It does. Okay. So, all right, I see you guys there. Okay, we can do a poll here. So let's see. What? And I should have did this before, but I was kind of running late just getting together all the witnesses so far. And let me just mute myself real quick because I'm getting a question in the other room. One moment here. Okay, we're having some trouble with the link. So I may have to pop over and do that as well. So let me just check this out. Let's see. Streaming, and what emoji should I use? Is it going to let me put the emojis here on YouTube? Let's see. Oh, can I not change it? Okay, so right now I'm adding the poll for you guys to go ahead and vote. For some reason, it's automatically populated. Oh, wait, here we go. Sunflower, we have Black Queen. It's not allowing me to actually put the emojis there, so you guys are going to have to use your imaginations here. Okay, so we have Sunflower, Black Queen. What else? We have some bees coming in. We also, all right. Anybody else? Okay, we have bees. We have a sun. Let's see how many. I don't know. Oh, it only lets me do 4 options. So right now we have the Black Queen, the bees, the sunflower. We have painting nails. I like that. And then we are going to do, I'm just watching the chat to see which ones you guys have. My favorite color is actually purple, but Emily D. Baker already has purple hearts. So we got to let that one go. Make sure we're not stepping on any toes there. Okay, so we're going to do 2 votes. We're going to do one, because we're going to do 2 emojis. So we have Black Queen, Sunflower, and then the 2 that gets the most votes on the polls are going to be the ones that we pick. So, okay, we have Black Queen, bees, sunflower, and the nail painting will be 1. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that one in a moment. So let me know if you guys can see the poll, and feel free to go ahead and start voting on the emoji. And we're going to check in on it in just a little bit. All right, so let me just check if my boyfriend got the link. We're trying to get him in here so we can start going over the witness testimony in the Johnny Depp trial. So let me see if he got the link. And so I'm going to mute my mic real quick so you guys don't hear me yelling across the room. Okay. All right, we are back. So let's check out this slideshow that I put together for you guys about the witnesses that we have already seen in this Johnny Depp trial. And excuse me for a minute, I'm just trying to get all my screens together so that I can see everything. For some reason, it's not letting me play the slideshow without blocking out all my other pages. So we're going to go ahead and share it in the editing mode. To kind of go over everything. So far, let's do an update on the poll. Let's see. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. We have 42% at bees, 41% at sunflower, 9% at nail painting, and 8% at the Black Queen. So we'll let that go for a few more moments just to see if anybody else has an idea of what they would like. We currently have 90 votes, and we currently have 136 people. So if you are here live, make sure you hit your opinion in the vote. Again, we're picking 2 different ones. So I'll run another poll with some of the options that don't win, and then maybe some new options if you guys have some ideas of what I should use. All right. So we have Robin G saying, yesterday on Legal Boss channel, you were in a sunflower dress, and it was the perfect compliment to your personality. Thank you. I actually have, it was a sunflower dress, which is black, and then the sunflowers. And then I also have a white sunflower top, which is a similar off-the-shoulder style. So this one might be the one. I think it's a lot of people are voting for the sunflower. Jennifer says, every like and subscribe helps Bri channel gets exposed to new viewers. Please don't forget to support her. Thank you so much for that. Yes, that is the reason why we are doing a stream that is not on my normal days, so that we can give my channel a little bit more recognition. I can invite some of the other LawTubers on, and we're also trying to get monetized. So the longer you guys can watch today, the more helpful it will be to me. And I appreciate all of you spending your Sunday morning and afternoon with me. If you're on the other side of the world, maybe it's nighttime, but I definitely appreciate everyone being here with me today. All right. We have Matthew saying, please do the bee and the sunflower. Okay, I got to pollinate the flowers. Okay, I see it. All right, everyone coming in with the chats. And then let's see. And we have a lot more chats coming in today, so I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's chat. So I'm just trying to click on some things and flash them on the screen so you guys can see your chat. Could always be a bee and a sunflower together. Yes, that's possible. It looks like those are the top votes, honestly. Bees have cultural and environmental importance as pollinators and producers of honey. Yes, okay, I can appreciate that. All right, some people are staying till church time. Or was that Linda? All right, and we have 146 viewers. Yes, we do, Jennifer. And I think it's going to continue to grow, especially when some of the other LawTubers pop in today. And then we have Gritty Gret saying honeybee with a legal smart stinger. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so let me check on my boyfriend one more time to see if he got the link so we can go over the witnesses, and then we'll go ahead and hop into the recap of Johnny Depp. All right, so he should be popping in anytime now. So we're going to go ahead and start the recap on Johnny Depp. I know a lot of you have found my channel through Legal Bites because I've been popping up over there on her live streaming of the Johnny Depp trial. If you are not familiar with the Johnny Depp trial, basically Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation for claiming that she is a survivor of domestic violence and insinuating that it was him based on the time frame she said she survived this domestic violence. So they have been going back and forth in court trying to prove their case. Amber Heard is also countersuing, so she also has to prove her case as well. So Johnny Depp has already put up all his witnesses. Now we are on to Amber Heard's witnesses, and so we're just going to briefly go through the witnesses that have already did their testimony and kind of what they said. Let me know what you guys think about all these witnesses. And also on each person, go ahead and let me know whether you think it was good testimony for Johnny Depp or bad testimony for Johnny Depp, or good testimony for Amber Heard, bad testimony for Amber Heard. And go ahead and drop in the comment section whether you are Team Johnny Depp or Team Amber Heard in this case. All right, so we are adding my boyfriend Alpha. Welcome. You are close to the screen, buddy. Okay, I cannot hear you. Let me see. You're muted.
Sorry. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Okay, so can you see the chat? Over to your right, you can see what people are saying. So hello everyone, welcome Mr. Alpha Berry. I will be tagging his channel also in the description box. I was running late today, so I forgot to already enter it there, but I'll add it. He does coverage on his nursing school, so if you guys are interested in nursing, then his channel would be a channel to follow. He just started, what's your channel name? Just Alpha Berry, right?
It's just Alpha Berry, yes.
Okay. Oh, that's good. I'm sorry. I seen a comment that says the Bri Hive. I like that because you can be all part of the Bri Hive. Okay. That was another thing we were going to vote on today too, what we should call my chat. We said bosses, but I don't think anyone thought of the Bri Hive yet. So people are starting to put the B's to represent B, I guess, for Brianna. So the Bri Hive can work too. Bosses and Bri Hive. Okay. So let's jump in. You haven't really been watching the trial, right? You're muted again.
Sorry. No, I have not been watching the trial.
Okay, but you can give your commentary because I gave a few notes about what they testified to. Are you familiar with it being a defamation trial? And so basically, Johnny has to prove that Amber is lying about what she said about him. So let's pop on over to Sharon. And guys, we have 200 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for showing up. I definitely appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. Where is that screen at? Here. What am I doing? There we go. Oh, wait, never mind. Here we go. All right, technical difficulties, but we're going to get there. And I'm sorry, guys, it's like this, but it cuts out my whole screen when I Let me see, actually. Nope, it cuts out my whole screen, so I don't want to do it like that, and I can't see what you guys are seeing. So we're going to do it like this. All right, I made a little PowerPoint presentation for you guys today. So we are looking at Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard's witnesses. Let's go ahead and check it out. So we're going to kind of go in order. There's a little typo here, but that's okay because we can fix it. All right, so we're going to go in order with Johnny's witnesses first. So the first person that testified was Christine Dombrowski. Go away, little thing. Okay, Christine Dombrowski. She is Johnny's sister. She discussed Johnny's upbringing, the fact that Johnny is against domestic violence due to the fights that his parents had. Well, mostly his mother fighting with his father, and his father kind of just ignored the mother from what she was testifying to. And then that also Johnny would hide from fights because when his mother would be yelling at his dad, him and his sister Christine would go away and hide in the closet or hide in the room or go do something else. So she's basically trying to insinuate that Johnny would not have done domestic violence against Amber because he was so traumatized by it when he was a kid. So do you guys think that Christine's testimony was beneficial to Johnny, or do you think that it will be bad for Johnny? So go ahead and drop in the chat whether you think it's beneficial. Alpha, what do you think? The fact that she talked about their childhood and the fact that they grew up with domestic violence or verbal abuse in the home, do you think that would be helpful for Johnny Depp?
Just by the way, I work in psychiatry, so I think that it plays a part for her for the people to understand where she's coming from. But so much on the other party, I think it's a little bit different because we do have to take accountabilities for our actions. So it works in her favor, maybe on how her image comes out to others. Maybe they're more lenient on her, understanding she had a harder upbringing. But in terms of with Johnny Depp, we all have to take accountabilities for our actions.
Right, exactly. I definitely agree with you there. Some people are saying I should do a poll for each side. Okay, I could try that. It might be a little tough just because it's hard to type while I'm on live with you guys. So I definitely agree with you that it's going to help him out. And I think that's why she was the first witness on the trial or on his side. So, and it also gave some relatability to him as well. All right, so we have some people in the chat, so I'm going to read a little bit of their comments, and then we'll hop on to the next thing, see about the next witness. All right, so we have Jacob Duffy saying, jail her that Amber Ursula C. which one of these needs Dr. Phil, no doubt. Okay, so we got some intense comments coming in early in the morning. We're not with Amber. All right, people are voting still. Denise from Canada says, sister's testimony was beneficial, states his baseline personality. Yes, I can agree with that. Nubula says, sup, queens and kings? Definitely, that's what we're doing this morning. Okay, Gabriella's planner says, it can be due to how he talked about how his dad responded to the violence by being stoic, helped for sure. Yes, I think so as well. Blue Jay says it's neutral testimony. Denise from Canada says, we'll wait to know you are new to this. Okay. And then Dip Nails by Joel says, that's odd to me that brought up Amber Heard. Sorry, it disappeared on me. Amber Heard's upbringing with abuse, but during her testimony, they never mentioned it. I definitely think JD's was beneficial. I think she had a little bit of testimony on her own behalf about her upbringing, but it was very, very short. So I don't think that's going to be very beneficial to her. I think what will also harm her in this case is that she doesn't have a lot of people backing her up on these incidences. And she also claimed abuse by other people in her family. So that could also prove why she might be abusive, actually. So if you don't know, she basically said she was a domestic violence survivor, but a lot of the testimony that is coming out is saying that she was actually the initiator of the abuse. So We have some kind of back and forth. Maybe it was mutual fights. Maybe it was her initiating most of the things, but she did she did testify that she had some abuse, or I don't know if she testified to that though. I know it's been mentioned that she has had abuse by her father when she was a child. So, yeah. All right. So I'm going to close off this first poll, which was what emoji for Boss Bri. I didn't finish the question. I was trying to figure it out. But we have, can I show you guys the poll? Or can you guys already see it? I'm not sure. But we have 218 votes, and we have the sunflower coming in at number 1. I don't know if I can show, I don't know how to show it to you guys. Can I pin it or something? I don't know. We're just going to leave it at that. So sunflowers is for the win. So I'm not going to add it now because I don't know how to add it right now. I'm going to have LawTube help me with that. Oops, sorry about that. LawTube help me with that. Well, I probably don't need to write this down. I can probably remember it, but we'll write it down. Sunflower as emoji number 1. So let's go ahead and do a vote on the next witness, whether they were beneficial to Johnny or bad for Johnny. So let me go ahead and make that poll for you right now in that poll and create a new poll. Oh, I don't think I can. Let's see. Oops. Oh, okay, it did show you guys in this poll because that was a mess up. Okay, now I can make a new poll. Okay, so for the next witness is Isaac Baruch. I don't know if you guys remember him, but we're going to get into a little bit about his testimony and then let us know whether you think it was beneficial to Johnny, because he was Johnny's witness. Okay, so, okay, we'll just leave it yes or no. So there's the poll for Isaac. Go ahead and vote. Okay, yeah, you guys can vote now. I'm sorry. This is my first time using this thing here. All right, so let's go ahead and share the screen again. Let's see. There we go. All right. Can you guys read that? It's not showing up well here. I don't know what to do to get it to show up good for you guys. Okay. Anyways, it's Isaac Baruch. He was an artist and a friend of Johnny. He was the neighbor to Amber and Johnny during their marriage. So you guys may know they had a bunch of penthouses that were just right next to each other. So Isaac lived in one of them. He testified to seeing Amber during some of the altercations, including her claiming that she had a black eye. And he said that he saw no injuries on her. He also claimed that when he saw her, she had on no makeup. The Amber's attorneys asked whether he knows about makeup or is he familiar with Amica cream, which really got a lot of people talking and a lot of people really considering, or not considering, but a lot of people were judging Amber's attorneys for saying Amica cream, and apparently it's really called Arnica cream. So it was just a mess altogether. So go ahead and put your vote to let me know whether you guys think that his testimony was beneficial to Johnny Depp or not. Uh-oh. All right. So I'm going to pop back over. Okay, I'm getting a little technical here. All right, guys, we have 300 people in the chat. So thank you, everyone that came over. Yes, we are doing a good job today, guys. We are trying to get monetized. Hopefully, YouTube does not try to play me with these watch hours. All right. So, Alpha, what do you think? Do you think his friend that lived next door to them testifying to the fact that he saw no injuries on these days that Amber claimed that she had black eyes, do you think that's beneficial to the testimony or not beneficial to the testimony?
I think it's definitely beneficial. It's always great to have a third party's insight, especially someone that can be accountable, as I stated. So I think coming from his best friend who is close proximity to them, also stating that they saw her, I think that's going to be a good reference, instead of a he say, she said, there's a third party that can vouch some of the statements. So I think it's a great thing and it's very beneficial.
Yeah. And you're a nurse, but I know you mostly do psych. Do you ever see any bruises on your patients?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, it's
Especially
on
in psych, you'll see a lot of bruising because a lot of trauma happens in childhood, adulthood, and things like that. So you see a lot of wounds, a lot of cuts, and then a lot of stories that go behind it, you know. So definitely.
Yeah, so do you ever see a lot of what do you call it? Bruises on the face.
Usually when it's abuse and it's continuous, it's in areas that most people can't see it, you know. So
Hmm.
where usually it's covered up, which makes it hard to see. So if he was putting bruises on her face, you know that it, if her statement is he was always abusing her, I mean, he would, you know, it would look like he doesn't know what he's doing because, you know, most people that do that type of abuse try to use it in areas that other people can't see it.
Yeah. Okay. And so if someone came into your as a patient to you and they had makeup over their bruise, can you normally see it or no? Can you cover, are they able to cover up the bruise with makeup very easily?
Some people are good with makeup. Some people put on a lot of makeup, but body language says a lot. You know, you can put on a lot of makeup, but your behavior is really going to show exactly how you're feeling and what's kind of going on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we have the poll all done here. Let's see what the people in the audience had to say. And we're ending the poll. You guys are going to see the results in just a moment. I think. Okay, we have 99% yes and 0% no. I don't know how we did that, but we have 0% no, 99% yes that he was a beneficial witness to Johnny. And there was 173 votes. So
Good job.
I know I know a lot of the news outlets has been coming to or coming for LawTube saying that we're giving out not good opinions, that we're basically leading the public in the wrong way. But we're just watching the trial just like everyone else. And it looks like people are making their own opinions of whether they think the witnesses are beneficial or not beneficial. All right. So let's just go through a couple of comments. We have 386 people showing on my end of the chat, guys. Make sure you like the video if you are watching here live. If you're watching on the replay, go ahead and hit the like button as well. And thank you for everyone that is watching the video. You guys are helping my channel out a lot. All right. So we have a couple of people commenting. We have a Al saying, I only have one question. Why can't they do the polygraph test for both of them? A lot of times the polygraph tests are not very accurate. So normally they wouldn't use something like that in a civil trial or a criminal trial. Okay, we have Possessed Noodle saying Isaac, Alejandro, King, and Connolly were the absolute best. The former present as taking no BS, being straight shooting, while King and Connolly just radiate integrity too. Yes, I agree with that. That makes lasting bonds. Yeah, he's very charismatic and he definitely picks who's around him quite good, like he other than Amber Heard. But for the most part, the people surrounding him and protecting him generally are very good people from what we can see on their testimony, right? All right. We have Team Amber Heard. That is a first in my chat. So I think in the bigger chats they have a kind of split audience, but for me that's the first time I've seen someone Team Amber. Okay, Julie says no bruises with all Johnny's rings. So I think she does testify to that in her testimony that he always wears rings. He's saying one of the hits drew blood, but it was in the back of the head. So that would be very easy to cover up, honestly. So a lot of people were saying that for sure. All right. And so we have Patricia D saying his sister was credible. She explained why he always wants to walk away from fights. And yes, she was. Yes, she did. I think she really established that for him in her testimony. Ryan Kafer says, here after seeing you with Legal Bites yesterday. Oh, thank you for joining and coming over so soon. Definitely appreciate that. Kirby says, I loved it when Bri was on Good Logic. Joe and Brian have great. Oh, I think you mean me. So Bri have great chemistry and commentary. Yeah, that was really fun, and it was the first time I was on his show. I'm happy that it went so well. All right, so let's go ahead and pop over, guys. We have 426 people in the chat showing on my end. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I was really nervous about whether this would go well or not, but you guys are definitely making it worth it. Let's go ahead and do the second poll for the emoji. So we're going to use the sunflower for sure. Uh-oh, what happened? I am not putting these polls together very well. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Butt emoji. It is hard to type with a mic in between my hands. Emoji for Bri. Okay, so this time the sunflower will not be on there because we've already picked that. So we're going to put the B. We're going to put the Black Queen. Go ahead and drop the emojis that you guys want me to include on the list. That doesn't include the sunflower. We've already picked that one. Do you guys still want the nail painting to go on there? All right. So let me see if I can see any comments coming in. Alpha, do you have any suggestions?
Sorry, I tend to put my thing on mute so that way I don't interrupt you with back noise. But I do like the sunflower. I actually voted for the sunflower. I see someone put the queen and the sunflower there. I think that's a good combo.
Okay.
But I'm definitely going for sunflower. So.
Okay. All right. So let me see. I'm gonna put. Someone put the honey pot. Okay, that's gonna be just too much sweetness. I don't know if I come off that sweet. Okay, so let's see. Someone said the Black Queen. We're gonna do. Someone did the little nerd emoji. I think that one will go. The one with the glasses on. What do you think? Nerd. And then, since we are bosses over here, what would be a good boss type emoji? I think the Black Queen would, just because I'm Black and Queen is a boss. So that, should we do a money emoji or something?
You know, there's one that's like wearing a suit. Let me see. Let me look at my emojis and see what we have.
Okay.
All right. And then thank you guys for showing up to the chat. There's like 430 something now. So
yeah. We're killing it today. We got Black Queen and the B. All right, they say awesome cast. Breeze High, they are going for it. I think it's going to end up being the B. We might have to do more than one. Okay, we also have the crown, but that kind of overlaps with the Black Queen. So let's do /crown. That way, if you guys don't have black emojis, you won't be hurt. Someone said briefcases.
that's good.
You're still looking. That. Okay. So we have the B, the crown /Black Queen. We have the nerdy, the emoji with the glasses. And then we could do a briefcase. Or did you find the one that you wanted?
I kind of saw it, but then it completely changed my mind. I had like I had something in my head that I thought it looked like, and then I saw it in reality, and I was like, no, okay, so.
Okay, so we'll go ahead. I'm doing B, Black Queen, nerd, and briefcase. Let's go ahead and put it on there. All right, and we're gonna jump right back over to the what do you call it? The witnesses in 1 second. So we have Jennifer saying, subscribed after seeing you on Legal Bites yesterday. Thanks for the content. Thank you so much for coming over. I had fun over on Legal Bites yesterday too. There we go with the briefcases. I love to be a part of the Hive. Justice or Bees. Definitely appreciate that. Okay. Denise says, another LawTuber has a briefcase already. Oh, geez. I don't know who it is. We have Bree Tobin.
It's okay. Right now, looks like the B is winning 63%. And then we have the Black Queen 21%. So nerd is at 4%, and then briefcase is 11%. So right now, I think a lot of people want the B. It's at 65. That's a good ratio.
Miss Daisy says, I voted sunflower, now I want B. So we're doing more than one. So you can vote for the B this time too. So the sunflower is not on there because we've already picked that one. So this is for the second emoji. All right. People are really going with the Bri hive. I kind of like it. Jakadafi says, having night terrors about Amber Turd. I'm waking up and it's there steaming. Talking about we're going to get into why they're talking about the turds. Giggle in South Carolina, or SC, says, saw you on Legal Bites for a while, loving LawTube. Okay, welcome over. I'm glad we have another supporting member of LawTube here. Sunflower, bees, all these things here. Patricia D says, I think we need you and Natalie Lawyer Chick to do a live stream together. You two would be an incredible duo. So we have already streamed together on her channel before. I'm hoping that she pops in today. We've done one on the case where the little boy brought the gun to school, but I don't think, did he shoot? I think he did a couple months ago. And his parents are also being charged as well. We did that case on Natalie's channel. And I also popped on there last week when she was going over Amber Heard's inconsistent testimony. So I'm a little, maybe like an hour into that one. So if you want to see me with Natalie, we are on there from last week and then a couple of months ago with, I can't remember that kid's name, but his parents are also being charged. So boom, let's go ahead and, okay, I lost the chat that we're highlighting. Okay, there we go. All right, guys, so make sure you guys are hitting the like button if you're watching live and if you're watching on the replay. Let's go ahead and check out the witness list so we can do another vote. Okay, so let's look at what you guys voted. We have 180 votes on the emoji. 68% is for the B, 20% for the Black Queen / Crown, 4% for the nerd, and 7% for the briefcase. So it looks like we're doing a B. And you guys know what? I am just going to add on the crown just to add to it. So we'll have 3 emojis. We'll have the sunflower, the bee, and the crown and or Black Queen. So let's do that. All right.
So wait. Before we do that, we got to figure out an order. So what order are we going to put those?
I don't know. I guess the chat can go ahead and arrange them. So guys, remember we are doing the sunflower, the bee, and then the crown or the Black Queen, whichever one you guys end up putting. So go ahead and put what order you think it should be in the chat if you want to vote on that. Okay. So let's go ahead and check out the witnesses. Thank you, Alpha, for the suggestion. Let's go ahead and go on to the second one. I wish this was more clear. I'm hoping you guys can see this. Okay. So next that testified on Johnny's behalf was Brendan Patterson. He is the general manager for Eastern Columbia Building, which was the building where Johnny's penthouses was, where Isaac Baruch also lived. So this is where the penthouses are located. And he testified to the accuracy of the video surveillance, including the video of Whitney, Amber Heard's sister, throwing a fake punch at Amber Heard and them laughing and joking about it in the elevator. If you guys remember, basically, Amber Heard and her sister were in the elevator with some other people, and Whitney, Amber Heard's sister, threw a fake punch at her and they were laughing and joking about it around the time of the incident of where she said Johnny hit her in the face and left a bruise. And so I guess the idea there is, why would someone be laughing and joking about getting hit if they were really actually hit? So let's go ahead and do the poll for Brendan Patterson. Was he a good witness for Johnny, or was he a bad witness for Johnny? Okay, let's see here. All right, so we are putting the poll up. Let me know what you guys think. Was he a good witness or a bad witness? Honestly, I did not see him testify, so I don't know how charismatic he might have been, or if the judge liked him, or not the judge, but if the jury liked him or not. So let me know what you guys think. Alpha, what do you think? Do you think that would be good testimony for him to say basically that the surveillance tapes were real and accurate and that it was not like a made-up videotape?
Just learning stuff from you. I think it's great to have evidence. I think the more the better, right? So if I tell you something is over there, I can only get your imagination to think about it. But then if I could show you exactly what's over there, then you'll believe me more to say. So I think it's great. I think it's going to help them in their case.
Right. And Isaac Baruch is the one that introduced the evidence in because he was the one saying that happened. So that's why the general manager came in to testify that the video was real. So, guys, we have 500 in the chat. Again, thank you so much. I am having a great time here. I hope you guys are too. And so I have a question in the chat that I'm going to get to. Matthew Giannotti says he was, but he was boring to the jury. I think that was for the general manager. Yeah, I didn't watch his testimony. I had to go back to work. Someone says sunflower crown B. Okay. And then we are still getting suggestions in for my emojis, but this is a question I wanted to answer. In Australia, Doc and Aaron spoke about giving Amber Heard larger doses of Seroquel than normal. That's an antipsychotic used to treat bipolar, schizo, and borderline personality disorder. I think that's what they're referring to because that's what she was diagnosed with. But she was not diagnosed ever, ? So she was diagnosed a little later on. One of the witnesses, I think the lady that was hired by Johnny Depp's team diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. But while they were giving her, that was in 2015, if they were already giving her that medication. So I don't know if she was already diagnosed with it before they were giving her that medication. But I also remember on Legal Boss channel, when Nurse Liz was on there, she explained that when these celebrities have their own doctors, sometimes the way they practice medicine is a little different than they do traditionally. So that may be one of the issues as well. They may just be handing out drugs they're not supposed to. But we wouldn't know because we're not in their home, right? But what do you think about that medication? I saw you making some faces.
I think that threw me off because I do have patients that regularly get that medication. And it's weird that a doctor would not provide a diagnosis, especially with an antipsychotic medication, and then it's administering the medication, because then it lets me think, oh, are they monitoring the patient? Are they monitoring the levels? Because these medications does affect the lipid and then also the glucose level. They have to check CBC, and then there's CAM7. So there's different things that we usually have to check. So if they're not putting it as a diagnosis, it's never a red flag for someone to actually monitor that. So that's kind of weird. So it's a little fishy. Usually the doctor has the diagnosis for why they're doing this treatment, because that is the treatment. So what are they treating if there's no diagnosis? So that's a little sketchy to me.
Yeah, the way that Nurse Liz explained it is it's like called concierge medicine or something like that. So I don't think they all the way comply with medical boards all the time, but this is just based off of what I heard from her. This is not actual fact or anything of that nature, but have you ever heard of concierge medicine like that, or not so much in your field?
No, not so much.
Okay, well, yeah, hopefully they weren't giving that to her. Okay, we have some suggestions for the emoji order. I like that order. That was double the same, where we have the Queen Bee sunflower to go for the Bri high. All right, we're copying Beyonce. Hopefully she don't come after me. Come after Bri on LawTube. All right. It disappeared. Okay, third option, neither good or bad, but so-so. Okay, yeah, maybe I should add that one in there too. All right. Blue Jay says, strange how the video mysteriously disappeared after Amber Heard's lawyer subpoenaed the video. I think they still admitted it into evidence, though. If I remember correctly, they did show it. So I don't know if they got rid of the main copy, but somehow it's still available. Probably because it was posted all over the internet. Helen Taylor says, I think we will say yes to all Johnny's witnesses were good. Yeah, I don't feel like anyone did too bad. The ones that I've seen, at least. The other information that I'm giving is based off of research that I did. All right. They could have stipulated to the video's accuracy. Did we need his testimony? Probably not, unless Amber was trying to fight that it was that it wasn't real or that's not what was happening in the video. I don't know. I didn't watch his testimony, so I don't know if he testified to saying, oh, that's not really what happened. So I don't know about that. All right. We have Gabriella's planner saying Amber's evidence was a whole lot of issues, so someone testifying the authenticity and accuracy of the video goes a long way. Yeah, but this was Johnny's witness. So I think if Amber would have put it out there, then questioning the viability or the accuracy of it would have been beneficial. But this, since it was Johnny's witness, kind of seemed redundant because they would be the one arguing that Amber's evidence is bad. So yeah, let's pop back over to the witnesses in a second. Did I end this poll? Oh, so we actually got 85% saying that the witness was beneficial. So some people might think that the witness was not beneficial. Yep, 15% said no with 150 votes. So that is very interesting. All right, so let me get all the way to the bottom of the comments. Let me go ahead and start the next poll, which is for Gina. I feel like this name is spelled wrong, but we're just going to go with it. I typed this up really fast, so hopefully this is accurate. Deuters. Beneficial. Well, you guys get the point. Is this a beneficial witness? So I'm going to stop typing the beneficial after this one. And then what's a good word for not good, not bad? I can't think of indifferent. Let's use indifferent. Okay. For Gina, I spelled that wrong in the poll, but this is for Gina too. So let's go over to sharing, and it says Gina Deuters. Yeah, I don't think I spelled. Oh, maybe it is right. Okay, this was the wife of Johnny Depp's friend Stephen Deuter. And the testimony was struck due to social media. So we probably could have skipped that one just because, and someone's saying neutral in the comments. So I'll probably switch it to neutral. That's a better word. She was actually struck from being a witness because I think she saw some things on social media and she made a social media post regarding the case. So she actually didn't fully get to testify. So let's see what you guys are saying about her testimony. Mostly everyone is saying indifferent on this poll because she wasn't able to testify, right? All right, so let's go ahead and check out what the peeps are saying. Gabriella's planner says, in Australia audio, you can hear Dr. Kipper and nurse talking about how 25 is her normal dose, but they gave her 50, I guess that day, after she cut off Johnny's finger. In the audio, you can hear her being hysterical. Yeah, so I don't think they're actually going to admit that audio into evidence just because it included third parties on it. Alpha, you made a face. Why are you making a face?
Because I do agree with some people in the chat. It seems like the doctor and the nurse kind of know a lot of information, and this is where your notes come in. You know, in the medical field, they always say your notes kind of speak for itself. So I think it would be very beneficial to see what's going on because you're given twice. If her regular is 25, you're given 50 depending on more medications. You know, I want to know why. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think they actually testified to that part of it. I only really watched the nurse. I didn't watch the doctor, but I don't think they testified to any dosage that they gave to Amber. I don't remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I don't think they did testify to that part of it.
Yeah, that's sketchy. So
that probably would get them in trouble.
Right, depending on the medication. So, like I said, you would have to pretty much justify what you're given and then why you're giving it, you know. So you just don't give patients medications because you feel like, you know, it has to be reasonable. And that's where the doctor's license come into play, because they're putting their license on the line for your treatment. So I don't know. They should talk to those two a little bit more to figure out if they're going to try to bring that into the courtroom. Why not, you know, have everything on the table?
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually an issue in court though. I think this person just kind of commented it. Okay, let's see. Cerebral Failure says Gina was removed from the stand due to Amber's journal friend misrepresented a Twitter post from the UK trial as being more recent. Okay, yeah, because she ended up getting kicked out of the trial. I forgot her name. I looked at it earlier, but I can't remember. It wasn't significant enough for me to want to remember her name. But yeah, she ended up getting kicked out of the trial for misconduct and using phones within the, is that her name, Eva or something like that, in the courtroom. So this lady got dismissed from being a witness, and then the lady that reported her got kicked out of the courtroom from like just attending to watch. We have Ian Sin only if it was in the notes. Right, exactly. I think that goes to what you were saying, Alpha. Letitia Ben der Merwe, I hope that's right. Ben King is dead. He cannot testify. I think Ben King did testify. Unless it was video recorded, because I have him on this list. So we're going to get to him in a moment. If you guys are talking to each other, so let's just read what they have to say. Breathing, Nolene says, they added someone. It's sad how Dr. Hughes seemed to present as a defender of women and biased against male victims, but she'll harm women by shielding them from the truth of their mental health. Yeah, that sounds not like a good doctor for sure. Okay. And then Krista Roy says Gina was helpful until she got kicked out and stricken from the record due to sketchy stuff from Amber Heard's friend. Yep, agree with that. So a lot of people voted indifferent on that one. So there's that. Okay, we're going to move on to Kate James. Was she beneficial for Johnny Depp or no? Let's go ahead and see what she has to say. Okay, Kate James was Amber's former assistant. So she actually worked for Amber, not Johnny, even though Johnny might have, let's just say Amber paid her. She appeared via video deposition, so she was not there live. She testified that Amber did psychedelic mushrooms, ecstasy, and cocaine. Described her as belligerent and abusive. And so I didn't watch this testimony, so I can't really add any more to that. Do you guys think that she was beneficial to Johnny or to Amber? She's basically saying that Amber did some bad things herself. Remember, Amber is constantly alleging that Johnny Depp does drugs. So what do you guys think? Or Alpha, what do you think? Do you think that would be?
I think this works in Johnny's favor. Definitely. It would make her, I feel like, less credible because it's, it seems like she's not in the right state of mind. Mm-hmm. So, that I feel like that tints her image a little bit. So this works in Johnny's favor.
Yeah, I think so too. And so we have the chat weighing in for us. I think the poll thing is pretty fun, pretty cool. You guys get to get your opinions out there. We had 130 people vote, and 89% said yes, she was beneficial. 8% said it was neutral, and 2% said no, she was not beneficial. And guys, we have 600 people watching live. Again, thank you guys for showing up and supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate it. We are on the road to monetization, and you guys are doing a great job. If you're watching live, go ahead and hit the like button if you have not already. And if you're watching on the replay, go ahead and hit the like button. All right. And yes, let's go ahead and pop back over. Who was the next person? Let's go ahead and create that poll for them. Person's name is Laurel Anderson. If you guys remember this person, if not, we are going to talk about it. Okay. So yes, no, or neutral. I wish I could just redo the questions and then it just automatically populates. Okay, it should be there for the new one. All right, so let's go over. What am I trying to do here? Okay, here we go. All right, so we have Laurel Anderson. She was the therapist for both of the parties in 2015. She claimed that there was mental abuse during the relationship. She also testified that Johnny attempted to de-escalate violence more than Amber Heard, but both started physical fights. You can tell I was really tired when I typed that fights. She also testified that Johnny triggered Amber, or was triggered by Amber wanting him to stay during fights rather than letting him leave. And Johnny also testified to this as well, stating that when he would try to leave, Amber would tell him to stay and fight. There's also audio recording of her telling him to stay and fight, handle the situation, but at the same time, she's throwing pots and pans. But that audio is not coming in. So he wants her to stay and fight. So what do you think about that one, Alpha? You think that's
that's what we call toxic. That's very toxic.
yeah.
She's very toxic, and I think the people around her really are painting the image of who she is, and I think just hearing just a small part about her, I don't know. I'm not on her side. I think she's very disruptive to other people in society, not just Johnny Depp. You're causing harm to other people in some form.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. So let's see what the poll says. We have 110 votes. Let's see what they said. Where did it go? Neutral, 46%. So a lot of you did not care for this witness. Yes, she was beneficial, 34%, and no, she was not beneficial for 19%. I wonder why you guys are saying she was not beneficial. I feel like they added to or I didn't watch her testify, honestly, so I don't know if she was a good witness on the stand, but the information that she got in seems to be beneficial to Johnny Depp. One, because they said that Amber was the instigator of the fights more often than not, but that the bad part of her is saying that Johnny also instigated physical fights as well. So that could be detrimental to him, but the fact that they're saying that Amber kind of made the fights go on and Johnny always tried to walk away after they got started, I think that would benefit him in the long run.
So can I ask, did they have their own therapist together, or were they both seeing different therapists at the time?
They had their own therapist, but this was like a marriage counselor.
Wow.
Together, yeah. Okay. So they went to marriage therapy. All right, let's see what some of the comments have to say here. Okay, Rodina says, she said mutual abuse only because Amber told her he abused her, which generally, yeah, I guess that's why she would say they both started fights. Gold Dog says she was wishy-washy on the stand. Okay, so maybe that's why you guys are saying she wasn't good. Jenny says, plus how many marriages and relationships break down in Hollywood? She can't be that great as far as the counselor goes. CJ says, her saying mutual abuse is the issue. Okay, I remember that a lot of people had issue with saying mutual abuse, which can happen sometimes. I know people do not like that that saying, but the court does use that sometimes because sometimes some relationships are just kind of toxic and both parties are starting the abuse. I think what a lot of people would rather them say is reactive abuse. Like, you've been abused so many times. Now I'm abusing because I'm reacting to the abuse that you're giving me. Have you ever seen that, Alpha, in your job?
Well, the term, this is the first time me hearing the term, so I was listening carefully. I think when it comes to our side, especially I've worked like in inpatient, a lot of people tried to hide what's going on, and it eventually comes out. And then when it comes out, when we find out, we have to take the next step. So we have to then go to the therapist and so forth, and it's investigated. And so a lot of people sometimes are closed off, and sometimes they'll come in just to kind of get a break away from the situation, get a break away from the person.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a tough one because a lot of people don't know what else to do. That's something I know I've heard a few times. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
And so that's tough. Thanks for the term, though. I've never heard that term today.
Yeah, I deal with it with my domestic violence clients for restraining orders. So I know some people don't like to hear that, but when the judge is looking at it, a lot of times they will rule it as mutual abuse when they're finding that both people are doing stuff, and then you just end up with both people with restraining orders. So I understand not liking the term, but they do use it in court. So that's why I said it may not have been wrong for her to use that term in that particular instance. All right, Miriam Bacon says, I said neutral because she was beneficial to both. Okay, that makes sense. Emily Carlson says, the case is about whether Amber Heard was abused by her op-ed was defamatory. I think Laurel Anderson won Amber Heard a point by saying it was mutual abuse. Yes, I agree with you there. And so I know a lot of people on the internet talking about this case are very pro Johnny Depp, but I think we have to remember that this case, it has to be a unanimous decision, which means all 7 jurors have to think that he did not abuse her. But some of the stuff that's coming out, even though we know Amber Heard's, or not that we know, a lot of us think that Amber Heard's recounts of the situation are exaggerated, are lies, she's doing too much. But there are instances where Johnny Depp can be considered an abuser, whether it's emotional or verbal abuse. It's going to depend on what jury instructions are given to the jury. So that's always important to keep in mind. I know we like Johnny Depp, but there is a possibility that he may not get all 7 jurors to think that he was not an abuser. All right. So.
And I do think the testimony, somebody mentioned that with the medications and the drugs, I think that definitely plays into Johnny's favor. A lot of people lose a lot of credibility when it comes to that effect, because sometimes it affects the thought process. So it's definitely it loses a lot of credibility from her, because then people start thinking, hey, was she sober during the incident? Is she sober now that she's telling the information? How much of the information can she actually recall? So it's a tough situation on her hand.
Yeah, and so Johnny's chat will probably come after you on that, because Amber Heard's main case is that Johnny Depp did all of these drugs. So one, they're not really tying the ends all the way together, but she's basically insinuating if you do drugs, then you're an abuser. You have to have abused someone because you're on drugs. Or two, you don't remember these incidences because you were high or drunk or whatever. So she's not really all the way tying it together. So basically, your analysis on that is basically where people are going with Johnny's too. So there's allegations of both of them doing drugs in this case. So
I will have to say though that is not true, because you do drugs. I've seen people who have done drugs, and they're very when something happens and they can't account for it, let's say they really do have like schizophrenia or something to those lines, they're really apologetic for any actions that happen. They're not a bad person, they just couldn't think straight. There's a lot of things that go into that. So just being in the mental health field is just, we have to kind of care for those patients a little bit more, and not say that they're bad because of the actions that are occurring.
Right. Makes sense. Okay, we have Sansa June saying, how do you feel about journalists from the mainstream media absolutely botching the case? I doubt they even cared to listen because Amber's a woman. Yes. So that has been a little topic for the last week on LawTube, just because some of these mainstream medias are coming after the LawTubers that are covering this case. A lot of times with these cases, and when they're not live streamed, we don't really know what's going on in the court unless we go and show up at the court. So they can spin whatever narrative they want to spin. In this case, we can see everything that's going on, so we can all form our own opinions. So I do think that they should try not to be so biased, but that's really how they make their money, right? They have a certain audience they need to appeal to, and their stories need to appeal to them. Now, are people going to trust them in the future now that we can see everything live, and then we're seeing what they're writing versus what we're actually seeing happen? I think it will be very detrimental to them, honestly. Alpha, do you have anything to comment on that part of it?
Nope.
We have Fred saying, unfortunately, mutual abuse could be easy cop out for the jury. I think so. I can agree with that for sure. When D says, Although Anderson said it was mutual abuse, a lot of what she got was Amber Heard's self-report, which shows how malicious Amber Heard was if jurors don't believe JD abused her. Malice required to prove defamation. I definitely think that Amber Heard, a lot of what the therapists are saying, counselors and therapists are saying, are based off of what Amber Heard has said. He abused me. He did this to me. He did that to me. But they're not necessarily saying, oh, I saw a bruise on her. Oh, she showed me this bruise from the fight. So I can agree with you there, Lynn.
Yeah, so they're not using their objective kind of analysis, kind of what they saw, and why are they not using their documents? I'm
That
quite
would be the
surprised.
document. So they would have notes saying that this was reported to me. Amber said they had a fight on this day, blah, blah, blah. And so they made their opinion or their determination based off of what was said to her. So they're in marriage counseling and she's saying, oh, he's abusing me too. And they're like, okay, mutual abuse, basically.
So, but there's no documentation on the allegation of abuse, so they didn't see no bruising. So, I mean, when it goes back to it, they're only as good as their document. So, if they're not documenting that there was bruising when the client came in, then bruising didn't occur, right?
Well, that's what they're saying, that maybe she was wearing makeup. A lot of ever heard of Amica cream? That was a running joke for a while. So yeah, if she's lying to the doctors about this abuse, which I think a lot of people watching this trial believe that she's lying, then yes, I feel like that would show the malice to kind of put that mutual abuse idea out there. But remember, guys, that was just one witness that said that. Did she stick to the jurors? Some of you guys said she was wishy-washy. Maybe her testimony didn't even stick. And remember, this is a 6-week long trial with a 1-week break in between. So 7 weeks for them to remember that. So hopefully it wasn't that detrimental to them. Okay, we got a lot of comments coming in. I'm way behind. Okay, so let me just jump down to the bottom and see if we can find what you guys are talking about, because I'm way behind on what you guys are saying.
The chats have been busy.
The chat is going crazy today. Okay, Amber Heard's expert said the doctors she saw just assumed she was telling the truth. Doctors give their patients the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I think that's what they were basically saying is, oh, she told them this. Okay, this must be what's happening. And that happens a lot when you're in therapy, right? You're telling them, okay, I'm experiencing this. Johnny's probably telling them, hey, I'm experiencing that. And then they're just making their notes and their determinations that way.
Right, but it should be noted. So although if she's stating that, they should at least have some proof in their note that states that. So that way it's a written record. So if I go back to April 25th, and let's say you told me, hey, this happened, and I noted it on April 25th and I documented it, I can reference that back, because in court they'll take your notes and see all the documentations that you completed. Hey, did this happen? I documented it. Compared to if I do a late entry, anything could have happened. Maybe I forgot exactly what I did, but if I'm documenting in real time, it's supposed to hold more truth to it. So it's kind of weird that they're stating that she said this, but they never clearly, it doesn't sound like to me that they documented it, because if they did, it should be able to be referenced.
Well, and maybe that's how she messed up, is by saying, oh, mutual abuse, versus Amber reported these incidences, Johnny reported these incidences, and this is what I counseled them on. So maybe that's where she messed up, versus actually making the determination that, yeah, this is mental or mutual abuse. Yeah. Maybe that's where she messed up. Okay, so Ing says, the nurses' notes were turned over. The allegations weren't reported to them or were much less than being testified to. Therapist notes weren't turned over, but no mandated reported anything. So no mandated reporters. With adult abuse, are you guys required to report if they tell you not to?
So if you tell me something is going on, I am a mandated reporter. So you're pulling me into it and I have to document it. So that's where I think my questions are coming. If she's reporting abuse, how come it's not being documented and then it's being followed? Because like even elderly clients, right? When patients, sometimes I go back with clients and patient depending on where you work, but it's just the term that we use. But if you're an elderly adult and you come in, I'm doing just even a simple assessment. I'm going to also ask you about elderly abuse because it is something that's widely used and there are different types of abuse. So if you do say yes, I have to report that. So I have to follow the chain of command, but it starts with my documentation.
Yeah.
So with her saying that, there's no documentation, and then where's the follow-up on chain of command for that? So that's where I'm seeing kind of, okay, something's weird here.
Yeah, I would assume that this is more of a private counselor versus like working in the hospital. I believe that
You're,
Nurse
you're
Liz.
still held as that way because you have a license that you're operating on.
Yeah, I think I remember Nurse Liz saying that depending on the state, they don't necessarily have to report for adults, but who they have to report for are for minors and elderly people because those are
Elderly.
people that can be like taken
Right.
advantage of. So I was
Right.
wondering if in California there's a distinction between, okay, let's say me, I'm saying that, and I'm a normal aged adult saying that I'm being abused, do you have to report that to authorities or no?
Based on my current employment, yes, I will have to report that. But outside of there, I haven't worked in the private sector, so maybe they're a little bit different. But as far as I know, state, county, big hospitals, we are reporting that information.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Busy day.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And someone in the chat said in California it's required to report any suspected child abuse, dependent abuse, or risk of harm. Also, you can throw in elderly abuse in there as well. As you already stated, they can be taken advantage of.
Right. All right. That makes sense. Melissa Open says recording where Johnny called Amber and Uber was from 2019. Thought? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that recording to tell you the truth, but maybe they were still seeing each other or helping her. Yeah, but I don't know too much about that to really give a good comment on that to tell you the truth. Jennifer, I just read a comment and I'm gonna click on it in a second. Jennifer said, "How much watch time do you need to monetize? Everyone subscribe and like." You need 4,000 watch hours in general to monetize. I just got over 2,100, so I need about 2,000 more watch hours, which it counts when you guys are watching this live stream. So that's why I said the longer you guys can watch today, the better. We have been around 600, or I think more in the 500 range for the last hour. So technically, if you guys have been watching for the full hour, then that will be 500 watch hours for me because you guys are all watching it together. But for if you're just watching videos independently, those watches add up. So you guys watching at 600 is definitely beneficial for me. If we do 4 hours with 600 people constantly watching, then we're probably going to hit our mark. We should hit our mark as long as it should be counted as public watch hours. And if it's not, I'm going to have a real issue with YouTube.
And you guys are doing great with the likes. It's over 600 now.
There's 600 likes?
Yes.
Oh, great.
As of right now, 609.
Thank you guys. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you so much for joining me this Sunday. All right, so we have Kyle Tannehill saying my dog stepped on an MF and B, which is a joke because Amber said her dog stepped on a B. I don't know if you've seen it on TikTok, but it's a little meme going on too. Pulani Casey says therapists are not required to report. Okay, so if they're therapists, they're not required to report. And I think that might vary by state as well. Megan says, regardless, therapists have an ethical standard. Yes, that's true. Jennifer Miller says, please like, subscribe, and share this stream. Help Bri get her hours for monetization. Thank you so much. I am loving the support in the chat.
Yeah, you guys just went crazy on the likes.
Yeah.
It went from 600 to 642.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. You guys are doing great. Okay,
That's
let's
amazing.
get to the witnesses because we've been going a while on this. Let me see if I can catch a couple of more chats and then we'll pop back over. You guys, well, I don't want you guys to steal my stream again like last week. All right, so Megan, if Dr. Anderson is a licensed therapist in California, she would have to be registered with the Board of Behavioral Sciences and is a mandated reporter. She could very well be reported to the board. Yeah, so that her testimony may actually hurt her on that. So,
Mhm.
wow. Yeah,
That's what I was saying. A lot of bad stuff. I think they're opening themselves to a lot more legal trouble here because it just takes one person from up there to say, hey, you know what, let's bring them in, and they start reviewing your stuff.
makes sense.
And they
All
will
right.
review all of your stuff.
Yeah, which they should if this is a real violation. We have Heather B watching live on my TV, playing some of your playlists on my phone in another room. Thank you so much. Helpful with the watch hours. Definitely love to see it. Melissa Open says it's 3 a.m. here. Good night. Good night. Thank you for joining and staying up late with us today and supporting the channel. Fluffy says, love your energy and mood today, Bree. Thank you so much. And Alva's adding so much to the stream. I'm definitely appreciating his commentary as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Lady Dingo says, Bree, came over from Legal Bites to help get your watch hours up. Audience, light up the chat with a comment as it helps with hours as we can. There's a split there. We're going to have to find it later. Okay. But yeah, if you guys, with the chats, it also helps with the algorithm because it shows that you guys are interested in the content. Robin Stein says, I'm going to lunch now, but I'm going to leave this stream on. Great. Thank you so much. Jamestown says, for the latecomers and new folks, can you explain who you guys are and what you do with your channel? Yeah, I guess we can stop and do that real quick, and then we'll go ahead and go back to the witnesses. So I am Boss Attorney Bri. I am a licensed California attorney. I practice trademark law and family law, and then I have this YouTube channel where I cover just celebrity cases, including family law matters, celebrity matters, and trademark lawsuits, trademark infringement. Those are always super fun on the channel. So on this channel, I just try to educate you guys on what I know, and then also talk to you guys, see what you guys think about the situation, because everybody has different opinions. And then we have my boyfriend Alpha here, who is joining me to help me with the watch hours today. And he just started his YouTube channel. He's a nurse. Do you want to tell them a little bit about you and your channel?
So on my channel, I try to help nurses, new nurses, current nurses on navigating through school, tuition. I'm gonna add a little bit more. I'm not as savvy as her. Well, let me put my hand this way because I'm on this side of the screen. So it's something I just, I saw people had a lot of questions. So I was like, oh, let me make a video, and it actually picked up traction, and other people were reaching out to me for questions. So I decided to answer more, and so we'll see how that goes. If it's something that is very beneficial to others, I'll definitely continue it. So I do work in psychiatry, and I do have about going to 7 years now of experience. I have been in county mental health, state prison, prison itself, level 4, which don't go there. I have worked in hospital, inpatient, outpatient. So a lot of background when it comes to psychiatry and then just mental health.
Yes, of course. Possessed Noodle says, appreciate you both. MYOB says, trademark infringement is super fun, like listening to Hogue about contracts. Yes, of course. Hogue Law, guys. If you guys aren't subscribed to him, go ahead and check out his channel. He also covers law as well. And we have Jakadafi saying, Bree and Alpha rule. Super smiley face. Thank you so much. Alpha a little audience. Alpha's channel is called Alpha Berry. I forgot to link it before this, but I will try to do that in just a moment here. So I may have you talk for a little bit, Alpha. Okay. And then we have Elizabeth Carmichael saying, definitely been enjoying Alpha's insight. Yes, of course. He is killing it, giving us the medical information, especially in psych, because those issues are coming up a lot in this trial. even though it should be more about physical abuse, we're looking at their actual mental state during these. So we have Dorcas says live streams do not count to watch hours, so please watch any of Bri's videos to get those hours up. Live streams do actually count for your watch hours. As long as you're watching it on your account, then live streams do go towards watch hours. Shorts and stories do not go towards watch hours. So anything else on my channel will help with the watch time. All right. KDP says, it disappeared. This is so fun and informative. Alpha is a great addition with his perspective from mental health field. Y'all are so adorable. Thank you so much. Yes, we have some fun over here. Someone is asking, Alpha, you're getting a lot of attention.
Thank you, guys.
Neil says we need Alpha on Legal Bites. I'll let Alita know if Alpha has time. A lot of times when Legal Bites is going, Alpha is at work, so that's why he probably can't come on as often. All right. Rings would have torn her face up, talking about Johnny hitting Amber with his rings on. Alpha be around the horn. I don't know what that means. Are we talking about a emoji? Denise says, Alpha, can you talk a bit about what body language of an abuse victim may look like based on your earlier comment?
Sure. Just from experience, it's like, so patients that have a lot of things going on at home, they wear it on their sleeve. You know, whatever is going on, you wear it on your sleeve, because most of the time we're seeing these patients continuous. As of right now, my current employment, I see the patients every 4 weeks, some of them every 2 weeks. So when something happens, it's easy to see. You know, maybe the last visit they came in, they're talking to me, they're telling me about jobs or relationships, and now you're coming in, your head is down, you don't want to answer the questions, you don't even want to engage, which then leads me to ask you, hey, what's going on? And then from there, you know, we do have ways to kind of ask questions to get you to open up a little bit. And then you really do start building relations with the patients, because you get to know them over time. If I'm seeing you every 4 weeks or every 2 weeks, I become a face that you remember, you know? So even for me, if I was to get maybe new shoes, you'll notice, hey, did you just get those new shoes? Those are nice, you know? So you get to know these people, and from there you can pick up things. It was a little bit harder in the inpatient, because most of the time the patients are coming from a 5150 hold. So it's a little bit harder to know what's going on, because something traumatic has already happened and maybe they're feeling down from that. But definitely outpatient, we're able to kind of see that more. We're seeing you more reoccurrent. So I'm seeing you very frequent. So I'm able to tell kind of when something is wrong. So I hope I was able to kind of answer that. And then the body language is, you know, maybe you're closed off, maybe your head is down, you're not looking at me in the eye like you used to. Maybe you're not even engaging with me. So there are different cues that we pick up from there. So I hope I was able to answer your question.
Okay. People are saying they subscribe. And guys, I went ahead and linked Alpha's channel in the description box. So if you guys want to follow him or subscribe to him, go ahead. Megan wants to know if Alpha is an NP or an RN. Do you want to let them know that?
So currently finishing my RN at the very end of it. I do want to go do my NP. I'm still debating whether to stick in psychiatry. I've been in psychiatry for so long. I currently have my license that is focused in psych. So it is a LPT, which is a licensed psychiatric technician. We work very close with the psychiatrist. And with that, we do the medications, follow up on medication refills, case management. So, and how we put it, we technically follow up on the things the doctor doesn't want to do. So, you know, that builds that relationship with us and the patients even further. But I am still thinking if I do want to do NP psychiatry. So we'll see.
All right. So I just wanted to pop up a couple, or there was one chat that I wanted to pop up, but now it's disappearing. Okay, we have it. Came over from Legal Bites, and I'm so happy to support Love LawTube and your contributions. Both of your smiles are beautiful and contagious. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you for joining over from Legal Bites. And I know a lot of you found my channel through Legal Bites, but if you are not subscribed to Legal Bites, go ahead and check out her channel and subscribe to her as well. All right. So, speaking of doctors and licensing and all those things that Alpha was just talking about, we're going to jump over to Johnny's doctor's testimony. So let's check out what they had to say. And so I'm going to go ahead and drop the poll for Dr. David Kipper. So let me know whether you think that his testimony was beneficial to Johnny Depp or detrimental to Johnny Depp or neutral. Okay, so boom. Oops. I clicked to add title so it doesn't look too bad. All right, Dr. David Kipper was Johnny Depp's doctor. He appeared via pre-recorded deposition, so he was not there live in the court or via live stream video recording. He diagnosed Johnny with ADHD, bipolar, insomnia, substance dependence, and chronic reflux. He never witnessed any violence between the couple, but he did see blood and broken glass at the Australia rental home after the incident where Johnny basically cut off his finger. He also helped look for the finger. I did not personally watch his testimony, so let me know what you guys think. Do you think that testimony is good? He said he never witnessed violence between the two, but he did see the aftermath of what happened in Australia, blood everywhere, looking for a severed finger, and he diagnosed Johnny with several things. Okay, so let's pop back over. Alpha, what do you think about those diagnoses?
Wow, he has some interesting diagnosis. Especially the substance dependence. That's an interesting one. Because I do see he has ADHD, and sometimes they will diagnose medications that are higher in schedule, that have a dependency factor to it. So I've never seen those two hand in hand, but that's interesting that he put that there, because then it kind of, I don't know, looking at that, if I was just looking at his file, I would kind of be like, okay, if I'm calling him and he's requesting, his Adderall refill and it's really early, but then I see, it's a lot of fact. I don't know. That's interesting. His file.
Yeah.
And then the statement of the violence part. So this is a doctor that goes to the house as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so this is one of those concierge doctors that kind of don't really work for the medical office. They work for the celebrities. And this is the guy that they said gave Amber the 50 whatever of that medication for schizophrenia.
Okay, so that's interesting. I think some of these docs, someone put in the chat that the doctor should be investigated. I think they should really, maybe I'm just thinking of the medical side, but they should really look into kind of what's going on with them on that side.
Yeah, and so I didn't really look at his testimony, but the next person we're going to talk about, she just kept saying, according to my notes, that's what my notes say. That's what my notes say, basically, so she does not have any liability by testifying to things that didn't have to do with what her notes said. So, yeah, that would be very interesting if they are investigated after this trial. Okay, so we have Lynn D saying Kipper confirmed no injuries on Amber Heard right after the Australia incident, which would be good for Johnny Depp. She was hysterical after as well. Jakadafi says thank you both. Tracy Jackson says Kipper knows all, but this does come out of the depot. Yes, it definitely does. Nicole says Kipper was fine, but his memory had holes. Oh, so I should go back and watch his testimony to see if he referred to his notes as much as Debbie Lloyd did, which is his nurse. Sandra Kujer says he could have done better after listening to the audio. Yeah, I could agree with that. He could have included more things since it was something he actually witnessed and saw. But like I said, I didn't watch his full deposition, so I'm not sure exactly what he did say. Ophelia Paradox says Ben King died. I thought it was Jerry Judge who passed away. Yeah, Jerry Judge did pass away. And that's why I said I don't think Ben King died, because he was there testifying. Yeah, he was there testifying. I think he's next on my slideshow, and he is present in court alive. So Miriam says, it disappeared. He was tough to watch because it was a deposition. Yeah, very slow when you're watching the pre-recorded deposition. We have Peggy Laswell saying Dr. Feelgood had Ozzy Osbourne on 42 pills a day until he was fired. So I think that's something like the concierge medicine as well. Let's see. I believe Kipper is still JD's doctor, if I remember JD's testimony correctly. I'm wondering if he'll be back in rebuttal and revisit the Australia incident where he was recorded. I wonder. I know that I don't think that recording is coming in, so I don't know if Amber would want to recall him and possibly put herself in a worse position than she already is. We have for you, Alpha, saying, I find it interesting that here in Australia, Seroquel is very commonly prescribed medication, yet no one has ever been given Ambien here. Such a contrast between countries' re-medication.
Yeah, I was actually going to reply back to that on the back channel. Yeah, that's interesting. I know Ambien is prescribed, to help patients with sleep. So that's different there in Australia. So one thing that we have learned about doctors is they have their favorite medication that they prescribe, and they will, you'll have in psychiatry, you'll have your Haldol doctor. He believes that Haldol is the cure for everything, and you have another doctor that says, you know what, side effects of Haldol is too much. I don't want to give that. Let's try something new. And so it's interesting that, the practice, it could be maybe the teaching and the type of doctors that are in Australia, but yeah, Ambien I see here a lot, especially, to help our patients to sleep.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we have RM saying, Bri, that dusty pink color is gorge on you. Thank you so much. I wanted to highlight that comment because I have a lot of shirts that are similar to this color. I really like this color.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's go ahead and check out the poll on this. Where'd it go? I ended it, did I? All right, so for David Kipper, we got 47% saying yes, he was helpful. 40% was neutral as far as the helpfulness. I'm assuming that was because of the deposition. And 11% said no, he was not helpful. So I'm not sure why you guys are saying no. It might be because the deposition, and he didn't give much detail on the Australia situation. That's what it seems like. All right, so yeah. Okay, let's go on to the next person. If Alpha, you don't have anything on that.
I think the shirt is beautiful. I agree. She has a lot of pink shirts.
Talking about the doctor's testimony.
I know.
Okay, we're going on to Debbie Lloyd, who is the nurse for Dr. Kipper. I am typing a mess over here. Debbie Lloyd. And let's go for neutral. I need someone to help me with this. Okay. Ask the community. All right. So the poll is up for Debbie Lloyd. Debbie Lloyd, let's share the screen actually. Debbie Lloyd is Dr. Kipper's nurse. So she traveled with Johnny Depp a lot. She claimed that it was a toxic relationship. Amber instigated arguments. Oops, why do I keep doing that? Witnessed the Australia 2015 aftermath. So she went to the house along with Dr. Kipper and saw all the blood and all of that stuff. She helped look for the severed finger. She saw writing in blood on the wall, or I don't think she testified that it was actually blood, but she did see writing on the walls and a damaged TV set. And she also discussed treating Johnny Depp. She discussed the fact that Amber was in control of his medications at some point. She testified that I don't think she saw any injuries on Amber as well. So, and then she also would not really testify towards whether there was abuse within the relationship because she did not personally see it. She was the one, yep, the chat is going for it. She was, I do not recall. That's all she said is, I do not recall, and that's what my notes say. So, what do you think about that, Alpha?
That's it. That your notes is your if it's not documented, it did not happen. And I think she's using that to the full effects.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if I didn't write it down, I didn't do it. which works in her favor. You know, if she didn't write anything that is detrimental to the patient, then you know she'll be fine. But I think between the doctor and the nurse, they're painting Amber kind of in a bad light, as you know, she's very aggressive and she's affecting the client and so forth. So that's interesting. You know, even just a short time of you breaking down the case, I don't know. I might be, I'm leaning a little bit towards Johnny here. I'm not hearing a lot of bad things.
Okay, guys, we've turned another one. Okay, we have Eames saying Debbie Lloyd's notes were very revealing, but so many people were listening to her say, I don't recall and didn't read. Yes, exactly. I agree with you there. She did have a lot of information actually in her notes. And then the questions that they were asking her revealed her notes. But her saying I do not recall, and that's what my note says, was very annoying. So I see why people concentrated on that as well. Lady Dingo says, what a lovely couple. Stay true to each other. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Naomi, definitely script. Selena says, I like your slides. Thank you. I wish I could show a full screen so it doesn't look all choppy like it looks on my end. Suzanne McIntosh says, I didn't think of any medical staff were forthcoming. CYA. What does CYA mean? I don't know.
For your...
It's a C.
Oh. I don't know.
Well, let's just skip it. All right.
Let me say it how to get away from it. The facility where I work for, that is not something that we use, so I can't tell you.
I know it's an acronym, but I don't know what it exactly means. I'm sure the chat will tell us. Uncle Bubba says that I do not recall nurse. Uh-oh, it skipped. Oh, where'd it go? All right. The separate bedrooms, although it seems weird, it also seems progressive and trusting. So is that?
Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. So CY is cover your...
Okay, yep.
There it is.
With the acronym. Okay, we have
Thank you guys.
Thank you for that chat. Amber's good old wine and angel dust. Okay. Keller Starmer says, can jurors ask for images of nurses' notes or already will receive? They should have it available to them when they're deliberating. It's going to be a lot of paperwork, a lot of exhibits, but they should have it available to them so that they can look it over. And another thing to note, when we're looking at testimony from doctors and nurses, the purpose of their testimony is to get those notes in, to get the document admitted into evidence, because a lot of nurses and doctors are not going to just testify from memory of their notes. They're going to say, hey, it was in the notes. That was what was in the notes. I'm not changing my story because that's what I took it down as. Attorneys want you to testify for that so that they can admit those notes into the evidence. So just to let you guys know, a lot of people letting us know about the acronym we did not know. Right. Jenny says, as borderline personality disorder patient, I'm assuming that's what that stands for instead of bipolar depression, because this is what we're using for Amber Heard's case. I can attest that I was the problem in my relationship. Hearing those tapes of Amber made me sick to the stomach of how I was before meds and intensive therapy. I'm just a cat lady now. Wow, Jenny, thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah. All right. And then we have Patricia saying, if I was a doctor or nurse, I'd be concerned about if licenses go international, standard of care would be different. Yeah, I would assume that your medical license is only in the nation. That is it. Are yours state or national?
You can petition. So right now with the board, some states have agreed that, let's say if I get a license here, I can go to the next state and practice without having to challenge the board. Some states are not allowing it, so it depends. But internationally, I think you petition with the board and so forth. But I agree with her that if I'm going international, what is the standard? What is the standard of care? and I think that's important here because it seems like they're kind of just doing whatever they want. Someone in the chat stated that they were going to like the wedding, so it's like,
That's the that I brought up. So they're kind of like with him, and then they're also the concierge doctor, the ones that do the home visits. So I don't think they're really relying too much on the standards they're supposed to be following because most of their treatment is private.
I see.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have Naomi saying, no idea, I'm in UK and I have never heard of it, just hearing her in the audios saying she took Ambien and I thought it was some kind of over-the-counter herbal medicine. So what is Ambien, Alpha? What is this for?
So Ambien helps, like, let's say you're not able to sleep, right? Your doctor can prescribe that. It does allow for you, like for patients dealing with insomnia, but also it's like it pretty much the overall effect is to calm you down, and that effects allows you to sleep. So if she has bipolar, then maybe she was cycling through her manic phases, and so she needs something to kind of calm her down, calm her thoughts, so she can go to sleep. So I don't know what her full bipolar diagnosis is. So that would be interesting to know. But still, just if she wasn't diagnosed, why are they prescribing types of medication? Because even let's say you wanted something for insomnia and the doctor is giving you something like that, there should be a diagnosis for that medication because that's a treatment. So what am I treating? I need somebody else to look at it. If another doctor covers for me to come in and say, oh, okay, I see the patient has insomnia. Okay, the previous doctor is treating insomnia using this medication.
Okay, makes sense. All right, and so let's end the poll for Debbie Lloyd, who was the nurse for Johnny Depp, traveled with him all over the place. 50% out of 137 votes, 50% said yes, she was helpful. 9% said no, she was not helpful, and 41% was neutral about her testimony. So there we have it.
Wow.
All right. So for the most part, Johnny's witnesses are getting a pretty good reputation from you guys. All right. So next we have Ben King. We're going to talk about, we were just talking about whether he was alive or not, but it's turning out that he is alive. So let's go ahead and talk about Ben King, what he testified about. I don't know if we're going to get to Nate's game today because we're like almost 2 hours in at this point. All right.
I know. I see people in the chat going in about Ambien and sleepwalking.
It makes you sleepwalk?
There's side effects. So I usually, when it comes to side effects, I don't like to push it because I don't want people to disturb people. If it's something that you need, do your homework and see kind of the benefits. That whenever it comes to medication or treatment, the benefits should always outweigh the side effects.
Right, which makes sense. That definitely makes sense. All right, so let's go on to Mr. Ben King. Ben King was Johnny Depp's house manager. He witnessed the March 2015 aftermath. If I'm not mistaken, that is Australia. And then I think it's Australia. So he's the one that found the finger and put it in ice. So for Alpha and the people that do not know, basically there was a fight in Australia which resulted in Johnny Depp losing his finger. There is question, or they are trying to establish whether Johnny Depp cut off his finger personally or whether Amber Heard threw a bottle which caused his finger to be severed. So this man here is the man that found the finger and put it on ice. So what do you think about that testimony?
Wow. I mean, it takes a lot to just cut your own finger. That's pretty tough. So, yeah. What would he use to cut his own finger? That would be my first question. Like, what did you use to cut your finger?
They said, or they're insinuating possibly a knife or maybe the glass from when the bottle broke. I don't know exactly. I didn't get to watch his testimony to tell you the truth.
Cut the finger physically off?
Cut it off, chopped it off himself.
Ooh, yeah. That's tough. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah. So I don't know either. I haven't looked too much into the incident. I just kind of pop into the testimony as I can. So I probably do need to go back and watch some of them. I think he also testified to some other things, but like I said, I had to research this really quick this morning so we can have something to cover. So I'm not exactly sure what else he might have testified to. All right, so let's check out what the chat is saying. Jennifer Miller says, I don't believe he did it himself. I think they're talking to each other. Ann Kirk says, if Amber was so afraid of Johnny, why did she buy him a knife? And that question is coming up, but it's kind of some confusion of when she actually bought him the knife. Was it in 2012, which I think that's what, if I remember correctly, that's what she testified to. It was more around 2012, 2013 when she bought the knife. But according to some people, the knife was bought around the same time as the Australia incident, which would have all of these allegations, or not all of them, but a lot of them of where she said he was abusing her would have already occurred. So why would she buy him a knife? And the knife was, I think, Spanish. Translation to English was "till death do us part." And you're claiming all of this abuse. So I don't know if that was a great gift. All right, we have Linda Poland saying a guitar player does not cut his finger off, which was another thing that people are saying, because I believe it's his left hand, right? Let me know, chat, if it's his left hand or not. And he would basically need his fingers to do the, I don't know the wording for a guitarist, but he would need his left hand to do the whatever you call the string, whatever you call it. So it wouldn't make sense for him to cut off his finger, and that is what Johnny testified to. All right. Philia says, why can't they use Australia audio in court? They are claiming because it has third parties in it, and the parties have already stipulated that only recordings with only Amber and Johnny may come in because of third party consent. When you're recording, you have to get people's permission to record them. And basically, Amber and Johnny are the only ones that have consented or say that they will allow for their consent in order to enter these audio tapes. So technically, Johnny might be saving Amber a little bit because that Australia tape is very damaging to Amber. So, yeah. Okay.
Actually, just took a look. Take a look at the finger. It looks.
Take a look at the picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it is the right hand. I can see people in the chat as well cover that. Yeah.
Okay.
Like towards the tip. And I mean, if it was a knife, it must have been a sharp knife, which they are. And I think some states you can't even have them. But why would I have a knife so sharp in my home if that was the case?
So is it a clean cut?
I mean, the laceration looks. Yeah, it's like a little blurred out. Like every time there's the picture, it's like blurred out. Like, let me just see the finger.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like a little bit like the tip here is cut off.
Oh, okay. So Susan McIntosh says JD played guitar, bone was also shattered, could not do it himself. Okay. That's some good information. Tori Roseborough says Amber said he was slamming a phone down repeatedly on his finger. Yeah, she did say that in this trial, but in her other trial or her other deposition, she said that it might have came from the bottle. And then she also said that he cut it off himself. And then she also said that she does not know how it happened. So it's a lot of conflicting testimony. Okay, we have M talking to Possessed Noodle. Last time I took Ambien, I woke up in the morning with a Google search for "Am I dead?" on my computer. So don't take
Ambien. You guys are not leaving Ambien alone.
Jenny says, I think the surgeon said it was velocity injury, which would coincide with her throwing the bottle at him and crashing and severing the finger, or possibly the smashing of the phone on the thing, but how would your finger come off from smashing a phone onto something?
Maybe the phone hit, but it would be smashed, I would think, right?
Yeah, to cut
Just
off your
even
whole
looking at the
finger.
injury is
You have
that's
enough force to throw your hand down onto something in order to make it pop off.
there's a famous post that says, "I wonder what they did to make him that mad." You have what happened there? So I want to know what happened there. Like, what happened?
Okay, Jackadafi says sliced it off. Okay, it just skipped on me. Gabriella's planner says it was just until death, I believe. Okay, until death. You're probably right about that. Yep. Other people are confirming that it was just till death. Okay. Amica Cream hid all of her injuries, says Brad. Ophelia says my dog had to pee. Okay. MYOB says right hand. Alpha just confirmed that as well. A lot of people are confirming that it was the right hand. Right hand. Okay. Ben was a compelling witness. I want to go back and watch him. I just haven't had time. All right. Frets. I'm not sure what that's referring to. It was his dominant hand. So we play the guitar with your dominant hand. It's still this hand. So I guess I don't remember what finger. It was his middle finger or right middle finger, someone said. So that's this part. Go ahead, Johnny, tell the world. All right. M says it was the impact from the bottle against the marble that severed his finger. Okay, so they threw it at him, apparently between the floor and the bottle, caused it to pop. Yeah, does not sound fun. Does not sound fun at all. Okay, so let's go to the poll. We have Ben King, 92% said helpful, 1% said no, and 8% said neutral. So seems like he was a very compelling witness. People liked him. So that's good. We're going to move on to the next person here. Let's see who we have. We have Keenan Wyatt. And let's get the neutral option going. And let's go ahead and ask the community. All right, so let's share the screen. Keenan Wyatt was Johnny's on-set audio tech since the 1990s, so known him for about 30 years. He was there to be a character witness. He witnessed the Boston to LA flight. And so on this flight, Amber Heard basically said that Johnny Depp was yelling at her, verbally abusing her. And Mr. Keenan Wyatt said he never witnessed Johnny yelling at Amber on the plane as she claimed. So you're on a plane and you don't hear any yelling, but she's saying he was yelling at her, verbally abusing her. I can't remember if she said if he threw something at her as well. I feel like something along those lines are there. And I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, that she also said he was drinking during that time, but I'm not too sure, so don't quote me on that. And then he also witnessed Johnny giving her the cold shoulder on that flight, so that he was basically ignoring her on the flight rather than actually yelling at her, screaming at her, and being mean to her. So go ahead and vote in the chat if you think he was a helpful witness for Johnny. I'm thinking he was more along the lines of a helpful witness, saying that, hey, she's basically making this story up. I was on the plane. I didn't hear anything. What do you think, Alpha?
Yeah, I mean, as I'm hearing the story, I'm like, this is a toxic relationship. Everyone around you guys is like getting some type of encounter of some, I wouldn't want to be around them. If you're always fighting, and it's traumatic. It's like when you have those friends that are always fighting and you're like, okay, we're not hanging out with them because we
Right.
know it's short lived, they're gonna fight,
Right.
and
Exactly.
just yeah. I think in that one, I would say he seems a little neutral. He's not really delivering too much of a side. He's just delivering his observation.
Yeah, and so a lot of times when people are voting yes, it's because they came off as like charismatic on the stand and that the jury would believe them. He could have also gave a lot more information as well. I don't think I watched his testimony, so I just can't elaborate on it. So, okay, we have for crying out loud saying his hand was on the counter, his fingers over the edge. She threw the bottle. It hit his finger at the edge of the counter and the bottle shattered, cutting his fingertip off and crushing the bone. Thank you very much for that description. Now we know what the allegations are. Marion Bacon says his testimony was fascinating. I'm not sure if you're referring to Ben King or Keenan Watt. Heather B says Keena was the most helpful because Elaine made herself look crazy on cross-examination. Okay. Replay says Amber needs only one member of the jury to side with her for her to win the case. It's almost impossible for anyone to win a defamation case. I definitely agree with you there with the unanimous jury. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to get everybody to agree on that. All right, they have some people talking, chatting. Okay, some stuff disappeared, so let's see the next thing. Totally, or Kels, what is it? Kelsdrama says totally believed Wyatt said Amber Heard verbally abused him when he said Johnny really cares about you. Makes sense. A read book says, Bri, you have to say love the bullet breakdowns and polls. It makes it easy to follow along. Thank you so much. I'm glad it's helpful.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm glad it's helpful for everyone, or for you at least, for you guys. I hope everybody else likes it too. Liana C says, Peggy, this isn't a movie. You can't get that many people to lie under oath, no matter how much you pay them. Yes, that is true. I think you're talking to someone in the chat, but I think that's true. I think that's why she doesn't really have a lot of people coming to her defense. But we don't know because she has 2 more weeks of testimony or 2 more weeks of the trial to present some more witnesses. All right, Sandra Kuger says, he said she asked him if he was ever so angry he wanted to hit someone in the plane, right? Oh, I don't remember. I'm not too sure about that. All right. Josette Hill says 1/3 of the fingertip because distal knuckle was severed. That's a lot. Is that a lot? Okay, yeah. All right. Regulator 30 says he was so helpful about the drug and alcohol allegations and always being late to set and aggressive. Oh, yeah, he did testify to that Johnny was constantly late to set and that he had several conversations with, I think, someone on his team talking about how they need to have a talk with Johnny to be on time. All right, so we have 116 votes in. We have 82% of people saying yes, Keenan Wyatt was helpful. 6% said no, he was not helpful, and 13% said he was neutral. So I think that's a good outcome for him. Still, more people are leaning towards his witnesses being helpful. So I think that's good for Johnny. Well, we're not the ones going to decide the case, but as far as public opinion goes, that's good for Johnny. Okay. So the next person we have here is, who do we have? Sean Belt. You guys remember Sean Belt and what his testimony was? He was Johnny Depp's security guard, one of them. So we're going to hop right into his main portions of his testimony. And the poll is up for you guys to vote. So go ahead and make your vote as to whether you think he was helpful or not. All right, so we have Sean Belt was a security guard. He never seen either of the parties violent towards one another. He did testify to hearing constant arguing and bickering, though. So no physical violence. He didn't witness any physical violence as a security guard, but he did witness arguments. And then he shared pictures of Johnny's injuries from March and December 2015 incidences. Remember, this is when Amber is saying that Johnny attacked her. So let me know if you guys think that he was a good witness. I did not watch his testimony either, so I'm not sure how good he came off to the jury. So let's check it out, what the comments are saying. All right, it says, that was Ben. She asked him if he ever got angry, you lost it. He said no. She asked again. She said was skeptical he hadn't, like doing so was normal. Alicia says, hi, Bri. I'm a new sub and love your content. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Peggy says, can't pay off cops. Oh, yeah, the cops testify too. We're going to get to them in just a moment. Ace says, I voted yes for Sean, but he was clearly biased. Well, yeah, when you're calling the witnesses, sometimes there's going to be some bias, but that's up to the jury to decipher whether they're going to believe him or hold a lot of weight to their testimony. All right, Emmanuel Rio says he was very biased for Sean Bell. Okay. Liana says, additionally, even if JD had paid all of these people off, we still have the audio recording which Amber Heard released that showed her being abusive, not him. Yes, that is super true. But did the audio recordings come in? Which audio? There's a lot of audio recordings, so I would need to know which one you're talking about there. Okay, Jakadafi says, blackout kid Amber, no happy meal for you. No, you can't have any nuggets either. Mad at you. Well, she said he was double her age, so maybe he did treat her like a little baby. Eames says, it's Sean's bet, I think. Oh, is it bet? I don't know. I typed this morning, guys. So sorry if it's the wrong name. He was the most biased sounded and pushed it a little, but he had the photos of JD's injuries. Okay. All right. MYOB said I voted neutral for Sean because I find the televised and depositional testimony boring and I tuned out. I think a lot of people tune out for those. Javier Liz Planner says Sean Bett, who's a former police officer, would know how to testify. I said neutral because he kept answering and ignoring objection. The judge actually snapped at him a little. Huh. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So let's go ahead and check out the poll. And we have 68% saying yes, he was helpful, 3% saying no, and 29% saying neutral. So that was a bigger vote on the neutral end of that. So, Alvin, what do you think about that? He said he never saw violence towards each other, but there was a lot of arguing and bickering.
I feel like he would be more on Johnny Depp's side because, you know, probably trying to keep his job. He is just security. So it's easy for, I feel like, as a security to kind of keep your client safe, right? That's your job. So meaning you're going to keep their image safe as well. You're going to keep them away from any bad light. So I don't know. I just that's how I feel about his statement.
Yeah,
I don't feel like he would disclose everything if it was there.
Right, that makes sense. And so I'm just making sure I have this name spelled right because it does not look right to me right now. So let me just double check on this next witness to see what his spelling. Oh, I guess it was right. So let's fix it to the right spelling that looks wrong. All right. Okay, so now we're moving on to the next dude. Okay, next dude. And we went ahead and launched the poll, and we have Good Logic Joe in the back, so I'm gonna add him to the stream. Hey Joe, how are you today?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. Did you already do your stream yet?
No. I'm starting like at 3 p.m. Eastern. So
Okay, perfect.
I push back in deference to you.
Yo, thank you so much. I forgot to calculate Eastern Standard. Are you on Eastern?
I am.
Yeah.
But that's fine. It's no biggie at all.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for hopping over, joining the live stream with us. Have you been able to see some of the witnesses that we went over?
I have not. I've been running around and I'm really coming in here cold. So if I need background knowledge, I'll sit here and absorb. I'll absorb and then I'll respond. So.
Yeah, we're just I have some notes, so we're looking at the notes and then we're having the chat vote with a poll and then just kind of going over what they think. And Joe, this is my boyfriend Alpha. Alpha, this is Joe.
Hey, Alpha.
Hey, how are you?
I am privileged. That is great. It's great
nice
to meet you.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and pop over to the next person, which is Travis McGivern. He was a member of Johnny Depp's security team. He did a virtual testimony. he's the one that saw Amber throw the Red Bull can and hit Johnny in the back. And then he also seen Amber spit on Johnny. Do you remember that testimony?
I do. I remember that. I don't know if Alpha does, but do you remember that, Alpha?
This case is very new to me.
Oh, okay. Now I remember that testimony from Travis McGivern. I want to get your thoughts, Bri, because I found it surprising and also boring when they showed us deposition testimony. It was just hours of pre-recorded stuff that they're just, it's like, let's share a movie with the jury, and you can sit back and put your sleeping glasses on and zone out. And I don't think that's very effective. And now we're talking about virtual testimony, which is not that. Virtual testimony is this interaction between the attorney asking the questions and the guy on a video screen, as opposed to being in the courtroom.
Right.
And that's what we had here. What do you think about that? As far as do you think that there's less effectiveness if the guy's not there in person, but he's like in California or wherever and testifying on video, or do you think it's really pretty much the same thing?
Yeah, I think that when you're testifying on video, it's a lot better than watching a deposition for sure. But I also think it's better to be there in person, which I think a lot of courts would prefer. That way you can actually see, the jury can see the person live, and you actually get a feel for them versus video. It's very easy to make it look like you're not looking at the camera, to not hear exactly what the person is saying. When they did the Scottish bodyguard, that one was very hard to hear. And then on top of him having an accent. So yes, I think that they should be in person. But me personally, I like Zoom because I don't have to drive to the courthouse for my cases. But for something this big and we're live streaming, in person would definitely have been better, and way better than a deposition.
I totally agree with you. It's much better than deposition, but I really feel it's still a long way from me in the courtroom. Just think about this for a second. Those of you who are watching, everyone's been dealing with Zoom a lot over the last couple of years, right? It's so different when you're talking to someone on Zoom than if you're literally sitting in a room with them. You feel their presence. You sort of, they're far more captivating rather than just somebody talking to you from a screen that you feel like if I zone out on them, they're not really going to know it. So, and then that's what I think is part of what gets lost. Is you're right that there is audio and video issues as far as technicalities or them being distracted, but aside from that, there's just a whole different feeling. You at home, you know that like if you're sitting in a room with someone, it's not at all the same thing as if you're talking to them on Zoom, and that's real. So it's better than if it's pre-recorded. It's better than if it's a movie, but I really think a lot gets lost by Zoom. This conversation I'm having with you now would be totally different if you were sitting in a room with me. If you guys were sitting in a room with me, it'd be just like it's a totally different feel to it. So, and it's like that in general. So I think I would recommend against it wherever possible. You fly, even if you have to invest. These people have so much money. If it costs you a few $1,000s to fly someone out, it's totally worth it, because otherwise, so much of it gets lost. To me, at least.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the biggest issue with like flying someone out would be the timing of when they should be there. Like if someone takes more time on the stand, but they were doing it before this, so I'm pretty sure it's an expense that they could have anticipated, honestly. But who doesn't want to save money on something, especially that's going to be as expensive as this as well?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, so let's pop into the chat and see what the Court of Public Opinion has to say. Jekadafi says, Amber's a stabber. I think the guards were scared to get shanked or bit by Amber's Heard underbite. We have Jennifer Miller supporting the channel saying, like, subscribe, and share the stream. Bri needs help to get monetized. Yes, thank you so much for reminding everybody. Definitely appreciate that.
To your audience, I want to tell you that I've been where Bri is, and I spent forever trying to log your hours, because YouTube does not monetize you until you hit 4,000 viewed hours, which doesn't may not sound like a lot to you, but it when you get really big, it's nothing. You can get it like in a half hour on a stream with enough people watching you. And when you're a smaller channel like hers, or like mine was fairly recently, it's like it can take you weeks to get that type of viewership. And it really helps. The algorithm gets things out there if you like and you share or you comment after the thing is over. It really, really helps. And it's far more meaningful. A comment on a smaller channel like this, or viewership, is so much more meaningful than 5 people here is more meaningful than 50 people on another channel, or even like 200 people on another channel, because it just, you feel like your voice actually is being heard rather than just going out to nowhere. So to the extent you guys can increase your involvement, it's really very supportive, very meaningful to the content creator. And Bri is awesome, so why not?
Yes, thank you. It was just a few weeks ago when I was streaming to myself. Those are hard days for sure.
Oh my God, yeah, I can relate. I can totally relate.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we have Megan saying, anyone else think it's funny how Travis would run his hands through his beard? Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, we have some people commenting there. Is that your emoji, Joe? Or I don't think so. Oh, it disappeared. Okay. Dear Dana says Amber uses successful male actors to climb the Hollywood ladder. Her intention is to become rich and famous, period. She's like a black widow. She attached to Elon in order for more opportunity and money. I really didn't know of her before this trial. Do you guys have any opinions on that with Amber Heard?
I all my opinions on Amber were formed after the jury were here was assembled. I don't follow gossip news and stuff like that. It's just not my thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like when they said she was an Aquaman. I'm like, okay. that's how little I follow her. So
What's funny is I watched Aquaman. When did we go to Mexico? At the end of March?
Yeah.
I watched Aquaman and I do not
remember
remember
it on the plane.
Really?
I don't even remember Amber Heard in the movie.
She was the redhead. She was like the main female. She was the female lead.
It didn't look like her to me.
I was going to ask you, was her acting better there than it was on the stand? Was it like, was it like something you could believe?
Well, yeah, the girl, if she was that lead character, then yes, her acting was not too bad there.
She was the redheaded one, right? Everyone, she needs a director on the stand. She needs like someone, the director, saying, cut, roll that back again. Roll that back. That was terrible. Do it again.
That's horrible. That's so sad. I really just watched it. Okay, we have Jakadafi saying, remember the movie Obsessed with Beyonce? My favorite when she punches that girl reminded me of Amber. I pictured her getting smashed. Beyonce is my house. Oh, no, we're not doing that. Okay, that may be what they were talking about with the trolling. Eve says, so Travis was strong on the incident on the stairs. I believe him more than everyone else in that room. Okay, when he was talking about her throwing the can off the ledge. Robin GB says, I wonder if it was about the money and more about passport travel regulations or quarantine. People could have had COVID exposure and may not be able to travel. I think that's in reference to people showing up in the courthouse. I don't know, because there's so many people in the court. There's a lot of people in the court. But I guess if they had COVID, then sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this, when it comes to scheduling for a trial, sometimes you really don't know if someone's going to be needed on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Right.
It really depends on so many different factors. It's very hard, even if you have a general order as to you want to set up. There's so many moving parts that I can understand. If someone's coming in from out of town, it's hard to say, I need you Tuesday at noon. It's very, very hard to know that a week in advance. So,
right, and a lot of people can't just take off of work for that length of time.
Right, yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Selena says, would definitely have sent a super chat today. Thank you so much. That's where we're trying to get to. We're trying to open up the floor for super chats.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have Elizabeth saying, I thought McGivern and Connolly were equally good witnesses, but both came off as genuine.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I remember. I think I remember Travis a little bit. I don't think I watched his entire testimony.
He was the bald guy? He looked like Creed from The Office?
Yeah. I think I might have popped in like halfway through his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
But for Connolly, I watched pretty much the whole thing. So I think they were both good witnesses, honestly. So let's check out the poll. Whether Travis McGivern was a good witness, 86% said yes, 2% said no, and 12% said neutral. So not too bad of a vote. People liked him.
Yep.
Good public opinion. Okay, so next we are going to go ahead and start on the next witness. So if you guys have anything you wanted to chat while I type up this poll, feel free.
Mm.
No, okay.
I will say that, just participating in here. Thank you again for inviting me to participate. I'm learning a lot about the case at a very fast pace. And I don't know. I think I'm a little bit swayed into Johnny's side. I think when all the evidence is being put out, it paints Amber in a really bad light. As if, I think also hearing that she does have a diagnosis, I feel like they can play into that a little bit. A lot of her behaviors and things like that. So it's tough. So I think I'm going on the Johnny side a little bit.
You're joined by most of the world. She's become like about as popular as disco music and leprosy. No one. She's not popular these days.
She is not doing good at all. Okay, so let's go ahead and call back over. You go ahead, Alpha.
No, I was just gonna say I didn't really know who she was, and then you guys mentioned a few things that she was part of, even the Elon thing. Oh, that's who she is. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we have Tara Roberts. She was the private island manager. She stated that she never saw any injuries on Amber, but she did see bruising around Johnny's nose and witnessed verbal abuse from Amber towards Johnny. She also testified to Johnny falling face first out of the hammock, which I think was kind of a rebuttal to that, seeing the bruising around his nose. And then she was the one that arranged for the children to leave the island after he fell off the hammock. So what do you guys think about that testimony? I see Alita in the chat saying to let her in.
I'll send her a link. I'll send her a link.
Oh, I was like, I don't see her.
You do your thing. I'll send her a link.
Okay, perfect. All right. Alpha, what do you think about that testimony? She never saw any against Amber. Remember, she's claiming domestic violence.
I was a little distracted there, so I do have to be honest. I was replying to someone in the chat. So okay. You could go ahead and I'll just sum up your little note and then I'll tell you my view.
Okay. I already read it. That's why I asked you. But you know what? I'm going to go to the chat and you can check it out while I go to the chat just so I don't repeat it to the people.
Okay, thank you.
We have Ronnie Weaver saying, Joe, it's good to see you in the newbie YouTubers. Yes, I'm so happy that Joe decided to come over today. And he has a stream after this stream. So make sure you guys head over and watch what he's talking about. Is it on the case, Joe?
Yeah, I'm actually doing a look ahead to week 5 and trying to speculate what we should anticipate from each of the attorneys, what strategies would be healthy, what would be unhealthy, how long we should expect Amber to be on the stand, what type of testimony in general we're going to get, the nature of the cross. It's going to be like a legal strategy type of thing, looking ahead for week 5, trying to look at it from both sides of the story. And I'll be joined by Alita and presumably other members of LawTube also. So yeah, I think you guys will enjoy it. You should come check it out.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. Definitely putting all the lawyers' minds together. So make sure you guys check out Joe's channel. And if you are not already subscribed to him, go ahead and subscribe to him. I will have to put his link in the description box in a moment here. Alpha, did you want to go ahead and give your commentary on the Tara Roberts?
Yeah, so I based off just what I read, she's definitely, giving good supportive evidence for Johnny. But the only part that was kind of weird was why is he falling in the hammock? That was kind of weird. What was going on?
Well, Amber Heard is trying to insinuate that he was drunk.
Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah,
that's what she's trying to insinuate.
Okay.
So we don't know why he fell out of the hammock as of now. Joe, do you know?
Why did he fall out of the hammock? I don't remember that part.
Okay, it was the island manager said he fell out of the hammock face first. So
I know they talked about him laying face first down in the sand there. Oh, look who's in the house.
We have
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the stream, Alita.
Of course. Yeah. Thanks for letting me in. I was like, I felt like I had to knock on the door to be like, let me in.
There's a secret password. But
I know. Joe figured it out first.
I was like, I don't see you back here, so I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. At least it didn't take much knocking. So so that was good.
Awesome.
So how's everybody doing on their Sunday today?
Pretty good. A little tired. I woke up at 2:30 in the morning again, nervous about this stream, but it seems to be going pretty well.
No, why nervous? No, don't be nervous about it.
No one would show up, and so it's very good to see everyone here, and I'm so happy about the support. We hit 600 viewers at one point, so
Amazing.
I'm very excited to see that. But I was
amazing. Okay, yeah, I do understand that. And I did tweet out that I'm hopping in here, so maybe somebody will see that too and jump in as well.
Yeah, I'll do that as well.
Yeah. So but yeah, it's good. It's good. I understand your nerves because it took me a long time to get used to live streaming because like I don't know about you, but for me it was like the big thing that freaked me out about live streaming was the fact that like I couldn't go back and edit anything because like as soon as you say something, it's out there, and I was like, what if I say something terribly wrong and then I become a huge mockery and then all of my like real life lawyer friends leave me behind because they're all ashamed of me and like you know.
No, that wouldn't happen. But yeah, when I mess up, I try to correct myself right then and there. But sometimes it's too late.
Yeah, it's like then you have to go back and be like, I made a mistake, which is fine. It's fine.
Yeah, we're human. We're all human. But I do want to introduce you to my boyfriend here. That's Alpha up in the
Hi.
top.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Alpha.
Nice to meet you as well.
So, cool. So you're going through all of the witnesses right now, right? And kind of just going through like evaluating their testimony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
So I just took a couple of notes, and of course it's not their full testimony, but kind of like the main points that came out. And then I'm running a poll on YouTube and allowing the chat to also give their opinion and vote, and also going through some of their chat. So we just covered Tara Roberts, which was the island manager who said she never saw any injuries on Amber Heard. And I know you've been watching pretty much the whole trial. So what did you think about her testimony?
Tara Roberts, I mean, she was, hers was honestly a little bit forgettable because it was like there was so much going on around her that I think that she was like probably ultimately, I guess, beneficial for Johnny, but I don't know by how much. I would say more neutral than anything.
Okay, all right. So we have Tara Roberts. The votes are in. We have 122 votes from the chat. 70% said yes, she was helpful. 2% said no, she was not helpful, and 29% are neutral. So I think that's right along the lines for what she testified to, for sure.
You did such a thorough breakdown of what they covered. I expect these notes to come from Legal Bites. She's sitting there. I don't know if you noticed, Taylor Trump's watching her. She's just like, it's like she's like sitting there in class or something. She's just taking everything down. And sure enough, Bri, you have everything here typed out so official. I feel like a joke. I feel like it's like
she should show you. She has a notebook. She has a notebook. That's just a regular for her.
My commentary is like, oh yeah, that's the security guard that looked like Creed. Yeah, he said some good things, I think. That's my notes. That's basically my mental notes on this.
Well, because I know at the end of the day, I've got a recap that I've got to do because I've promised recaps for every day of trial. So like, you know, at the end of an 8 hours of testimony and then maybe some more live streaming after that of conversation and stuff, sometimes you go back to like the beginning of the day and you're like, what happened?
Yeah. Was that today? Was that today? Really?
Yeah.
I thought that was like 3 days ago.
Exactly. So it's like if I don't take notes, I'm not going to retain it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you guys on that one. I actually did this morning, which was another reason why I was nervous, because I'm like, oh, there's so much stuff I need to do. I tried to set it up to where Alpha could be in the office with me, but the types of mics that I had didn't work with the recorder that I spent a lot of money on yesterday. So I also thought about his setup as well. So it was nerve-wracking this morning. So I'm glad you had bullet points. Okay, so we have the next person. I'm just gonna go ahead and make the poll. I'm just gonna put the cops because it's three different people: Melissa Sains, Tyler Haddon, and William Gottland. So I'm just gonna put the LAPD basically. Was the LAPD beneficial to the testimony for Johnny Depp? So let me just put the poll together and then I'll go over the little notes that I have.
Let me tell you guys while she's doing that. So she has this handbook and she just writes notes all day long. So she's definitely a note taker.
I'll tell you I'm sorry. When the cops were testifying, I did not realize that was the phone thing, which led to the bruise. And when she goes to the TRO, that's the bruise she's claiming, right? I mean, that is on the timeline. That's astonishing to me. That is astonishing to me because that leads to like compelling thought that did she really paint that bruise on when she went down to get that TRO? Because you definitely see a bruise there. Like what, 4 days later, 5 days later, and there's nothing. They're saying all three cops like we saw nothing. And she didn't have to go down there to get the TRO. It's unusual for her to go down there. There's no way TMZ should have known she was coming down there unless she. In fact, even Johnny, who got notice that there was going to be a hearing that day about the TRO, there was no way for him or his team to know that Amber herself would be there. So the only reason for her to have that bruise on her face, assuming it is painted on, because the cops didn't see it hours after it happened, for having a bruise 5 days later, is if she knew TMZ was coming and decided, I'm going to go down there. So now there's going to be a nice picture event of all these cameras filming me with my bruise from the phone that Johnny threw at me, that the cops say they saw nothing like what she was describing. And it makes her look as if this entire thing has been an orchestrated game from the get-go, that she's looking to make him look like this terribly abusive guy, even though no one sees any physical evidence to support her claims.
Yeah. That's why it's so helpful to Johnny's case to have these officers testify the way that they did. 100%. And clearly she's not nearly as organized as Bri is with her notebook, according to Alpha. Because if she were, she would understand how all that stuff works. So tell me, Alpha, tell me a little bit more about the notebook though. Does she write everything in it? Like all of her like things that she has to do?
I have tried to convince her to use other methods, but she just like it's right next to her as we're speaking. So that is her.
Sometimes pen and paper is just like the best thing. I will say, I'm not sponsored by them, but like this is a product that I love. Is a Remarkable too. Mr. Bites got me one of these. He got me one of these when I hit 5K. Actually, it was a 5K gift. But basically,
some
it's
birthday
like
gift ideas.
Yeah, it's worth it. But it's great because it's like you it's out of battery right now, so I can't show you. But like it feels like pen on paper. And then it turns it basically into a PDF. You can send stuff from here to your email. You can like, I can download an agreement with, I don't know, whoever, like anything that I need to sign. I can download it on here, sign it, and then like send it back and like upload it to my laptop or my phone even. It's like, it's really helpful. And I, hey, Remarkable too, sponsor me so that I can talk more about your product. But
it's called Remarkable too.
Yes. Yeah. Well, because I think it's because it's the second version of the Remarkable. So it's a really great.
Definitely a gift idea right there.
100%. It's like one of my favorite things because like otherwise, during the trial, I've been using paper and pen, but it's just because of like how quickly I'm writing. But normally, like I'm using this because then I can take everything with me in a very small, thin kind of thing. And then also, like, I don't know about you guys, but I get distracted very easily. So it's nice that it's just for that. Like, it's not an iPad where you get notifications, you get all the other stuff that like distracts you. It's like just for that. It's wonderful. And I love it.
Well, there you go. You definitely should be sponsored now.
Yeah. Hey, Remarkable people, hit me up.
And so I just went ahead and added Joe and Alita down into the description box. And I know a lot of you have found me through their channels, but if you're not already subscribed to them, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to them. Alita has been covering the trial every single day. And then Joe has a live stream coming up right after this one, strategizing or coming up with ideas of how the attorneys should proceed. So make sure you subscribe to them if you are not already, and tune into their live streams. They have been super helpful in helping me get subscribers and helping me live stream. So I'm super happy they both decided to come over and join me today. So make sure you subscribe to them. And so I have the poll going for the LAPD. Let's just pop over to my little notes here and see what, and I don't have a lot of notes for them. So Alita or Joe, if you have any more information on them, feel free to chime in, okay? So
the testimony, my chime in is that the deposition testimony felt like it took 9 years. There was it went on and on and on with the same.
That's all the video depots, though.
Right.
It's so painful.
Yeah.
So it was pre-recorded deposition from LAPD. They testified to the May 2016 incident. This is the incident where she is alleging the wine was spilled. I think she's also alleging some bruises as well there. And so they were testifying regarding that and what they saw. And majority of them said they saw nothing. And they also saw no signs of injury on Amber. They did say that it looked like she had been crying, but nothing that looked like a bruise. And that's why they didn't report anything or any bruises. They did see Amber cry a little bit, and they reported that she did not want to cooperate with them. She didn't want to give them any information. So what do you think about the LAPD?
Yeah, and I'll add a couple of pieces to that also, that they also said that the condition of the apartment was nothing. There was nothing that made them suspicious that any crime had occurred, including any kind of a DV incident. So it wasn't a mess, essentially. There's a Amber Heard has alleged that on his way out that night, Johnny just basically trashed everything and like threw wine bottles and smashed all these picture frames and kicked a door and like spilled wine on the carpet, like all this like red wine. So like there's all these kinds of allegations and whatnot. And having the cops come in an hour or 2 hours after the incident, like, it's kind of hard to clean up a red wine stain, especially a huge puddle of red wine stain that quickly. And especially when Isaac Baruch came in after them and said that he saw a puddle. So it's like, put the pieces together.
Yes.
How do you put that together with him seeing a puddle and the cops not seeing a puddle? How do you take that?
Well, we have timestamps on the. Oh, hey Natalie, how's it going?
Hi, how's it going? Nice to see all of you.
Yeah, good to see you too. We were just talking about the police testimony.
You guys were cross-talking each other.
I was just saying, I'm sorry I didn't see you in the back, so thank you for putting it in the private chat. And then Alita was saying we were talking about the police testimony.
There you go.
It's okay. I just got here. I wasn't there for too long.
Okay, we're basically going over the witnesses that have testified so far, except for Johnny and Amber, and just kind of they seem to be beneficial to Johnny Depp since most of the witnesses are his at this point, and the chat is voting on it. So any input that you have, feel free to jump in, chime in. We have Alpha here, who is not a part of LawTube, but he is my boyfriend. This is Natalie, and he is helping me.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so we were on the police, and Alita was talking about the incident of the wine and that they didn't see anything.
And I had asked her what she takes in the fact that the police didn't see any sign of like a wine spill and that Isaac had seen this big puddle there.
It means it didn't happen until after the cops came by and left.
Mm-hmm.
So it was planted.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
It was a hoax.
Wow.
That's the conclusion that you reach with that. So that kills her counterclaim.
I think about her counterclaim all the time and how there's so much evidence that it's just completely meritless. Like, I don't even know how it got past summary judgment.
I would say probably because it contains some of the same incidences. I know as far I'm relating it to family law, but I'm pretty sure the burden might be a little bit more difficult in civil litigation. But sometimes when they involve the same incidences, they go ahead and let it through. That way you can't say, oh, I didn't get a chance to be heard, but they got a chance to be heard and we had the same incidences.
Well,
so I don't know if that's how it applies, but that could be a reason.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But just like legally speaking, there's this allegation that in pursuing a lawsuit, his counsel called her allegations a hoax. That's not the basis for, I mean, you have so many things here. You have like the litigation privilege. You have the fact that this attorney has an actual belief that it's a hoax because he believes his client and he wasn't there. So it's an opinion. It's not a lie. It just per se cannot be defamatory. And I get it. You're like, look, it's all legally. I don't see how she has a leg to stand on with her allegation that him saying her allegations are a hoax is defamatory and caused her stress. I just don't get it.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time with the litigation privilege in this case, like before it went to trial, because I was like, I don't understand how an attorney who is zealously advocating for his client can come under fire for saying these things when he's talking about a defense in the context of litigation. Like it was in the context of, he was speaking to the public in the context of the UK trial. So I just was like, how does that make any sense? But I think in Virginia, the litigation privilege is just much more limited in scope than it is elsewhere. Because there have been other cases where folks have been a party to litigation and talked to the press and then come under fire for defamation by implication.
Yeah.
So
I think it's an empty litigation strategy that a lot of attorneys try to use. You're suing me, I'll sue you back for double. That's exactly what we're seeing here.
Well,
Like how do you come up with $100 million and all this other idiocy? I think it's transparently empty. I don't think anyone. That's why I think so few people are really analyzing it, is because it just seems so silly.
Yeah.
So it's like a little kid saying, "Oh, I'm going to sue you back double." You know.
Natalie, what's your cat's name?
This is Susie.
Aw. Oh, what a cutie.
She's an old lady and very, very spoiled. So if she sees I sit down for a second and she gets access, she's coming. So my apologies.
You should rename her.
Not at all.
You should rename her Amber.
Oh. In cat years, she's much older than Amber. So she's Susie first. She's the original rude girl.
I love it. I love it.
We have Peggy Laswell saying Depp was fired because he's an uninsurable actor due to his extreme drug use. I don't know.
I disagree with that.
You disagree?
No, because he's been a known drug user around Hollywood for so long. And also how many Hollywood actors, how many Hollywood A-listers are drug users and known drug users and still get work?
Right. And uninsurable in Hollywood does not mean unhireable. It just means that, this person takes on the risk themselves for injury or anything like that. But that has nothing to do with whether or not the person will be casted. So that's just not true. I mean, it's patently false. Johnny Depp's been in the industry maybe since the late 80s or something. So 30 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And has been rumored to be a drug user this entire time. So I don't see that as the case.
Yeah.
Right. I agree with that for sure. Cassie says, don't feed the troll. She's the other side's doing the same thing. I'm not sure who the troll is.
I think they're referring to Peggy. The person you just pulled out, Peggy. Okay. I don't know if she is. I'm not accusing you, Peggy. I'm not accusing Peggy. I'm saying that the chat has been accusing her, though. So.
Oh, okay. I lost it. And Nicole says, I think Amber Heard didn't realize the cops had body cam.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. I always thought it was weird that she called the cops and then didn't want to talk to them, or whoever called the cops and then she didn't want to talk to them, but now she's trying to use it as proof that he abused her. It doesn't make sense.
In one of her depositions, she claims, I didn't talk to the cops because my attorney advised me not to, which makes zero sense. There is no
unless your attorney thinks you might be at fault.
Okay, fine. But there's no logical consistency to the claim that she was abused and then called the cops because of that abuse, and her attorney said, no, don't tell the cops. There's no logical legal consistency to that claim.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have Layla saying, does anyone on the panel know what happened between Amber Heard and her best friend Rocky? Why isn't Rocky testifying?
My understanding is that all of the friends that were involved in this case, like initially, have, for one reason or another, distanced themselves from Amber Heard throughout the litigation in this case. I don't know exactly why, but this is just what I have heard, and I haven't independently verified it.
Yeah.
But it just sounds like this has been very, very yeah, Joe's he's smiling because he's like, yeah, you're worried about defamation yourself. Of course I am. We're talking on the internet.
No. I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking, wow, you're such a you become so big from this trial. You're like a Hollywood insider. You're like I have unverified sources.
No, it's not even that. It's like this is folks from like the Justice for Johnny Depp community that I've been talking to for a while. That they've been like paying attention to this case for years now. So according to folks that I've talked to, like in that group, they say that a lot of these people have started to distance themselves. There's another friend, her name is Amanda DeCadney. She was like one of the big supporters of Amber, like very vocal initially, and as soon as the audio tapes came out where Amber's the whole tell the world, Johnny, and see if they believe you, that audio recording, once that got leaked to the internet, she was like, I had no idea. I had no idea that she was saying these kinds of things, and I'm really rethinking everything. And so she just like backed up into the bushes, Homer Simpson style. And I think that that's probably kind of like when my impression is that's when like a lot of the other friends kind of like did the same thing.
Well, I'll tell you this, that even when she mentions these people by name, oh, this person was here, this person saw that, and the person is not present in court, the jury is going to hold that against you even without a special instruction saying to hold that against you, right? Because they're going to want to be like, okay, well, you said this person saw that. Where's this person to say that they saw this or heard this or were a witness to this? From my conversations with juries after trials, they really do not like that. They do not like it when you signal a potential witness and then never bring the witness into court.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, if I was a friend of hers and I saw how this trial was going and the public outcry about, Johnny was the victim and that she's abusive, and then I know, like, oh my God, next Wednesday I'm supposed to be appearing on the stand, standing up behind her, I would be like, yeah, Amber, I'm in traffic. I don't know if I'm going to be like running late today. I don't know. I'd be sitting on a beach in Maui and I'd be like, man, this flat tire, it's awful. I'm going to try to get there. I'm on my way. I would never want the public to see me. So it's after all the backlash, especially this past week, where it's like everything's been quiet with the trial. And it's given so much time to the media and folks like us to break down everything. And I think the anti-Amber swell has grown enormously over the past 7 days, because we've all had a chance to sit and talk together and say, did you buy that? No, I didn't buy it. You didn't buy it. You didn't buy it either. Like, everyone is sort of coming to that conclusion collectively, so that now as we resume tomorrow, I think, put yourself in Amber's shoes. I mean, she's watching all this in real time unfold. I'm wondering how she'll be emotionally on the stand tomorrow after watching a week of her being vilified the way she has. It's going to be an amazing thing to watch.
And to not have as much control over the narrative like what she had in the UK trial. Because with the UK trial, a lot of that was written statements, which people are not going to take the time to read, and testimony that's not recorded. Like you have like little reenactment photographs and pictures and drawings, but no live testimony. And here we have the opportunity to see her live and in living color, and no media outlet to tell us this, she's believable or what a victim. Like, when they're saying that to us, like us, the general public, are watching, like, that's not what I saw. So I really wonder how it feels now after a week of people being like, I don't buy what you're selling,
Yeah.
And I agree, just based on what I've heard so far from you guys. It's very hard to kind of believe her statements. There's a lot of things going against her. Even the witnesses, their statement that they're making, all the way. I was covering some of the medical stuff, and that does not go in her favor and their favor as well. So it's hard.
So Alpha, you're a nurse, I think that the comments are saying.
Medical
field. Okay. All right. So what did you think about? Did you see the photograph of the bruise on her arm after he was supposed to have held her down and backhanded her like a bunch of times?
No, I did not see the photos. I think the most photo I saw was the finger.
His
but
own
no,
finger.
No, I did not. But I did make the statement earlier. If it's someone that's being abused multiple times, you wouldn't abuse the person in areas that the public can see, because then you get, if this is something you do every day or it's a reoccurring thing, it's not something you want the public to just see at an eye's view, oh my God, you're being beaten again, so you would find locations where they can't see it. And that's usually what's evidence. So
that's a really good point.
couldn't see that part. If you're doing it on the arm, it sounds like it was like in the moment,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying so you're saying areas of the body that people can't see.
Right.
Yeah. Something that can be covered up.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, in my line of work where I see intimate partner violence, that is actually very true. That when you have sustained systemic abuse from one partner onto the other, usually that person has learned not to slap the person in the face or black their eye or break their nose, for example, right? They usually do body blows and stuff like that so that you can't. But for her, it's always, he was backhanding me in the face, and you may not really be able to see it here. He headbutted me and broke my nose. You may not be able to see it here, but there was injuries to my face. So that's a really, really good point that I don't think that unless you work around that, that dynamic, you might not realize. I never even thought about that.
Yeah, because even sorry to cut you off. Like when we had patients that were that I would say suicidal, that cut themselves and so forth, they never cut themselves in places that are visible. So you'll get like the thigh, the arm. So always the places that you can't see, because it's a behavior that they don't want you to pick up right away. So
that makes so much sense. I mean, especially because it's like if someone has an interest in continuing the abuse of someone over an extended period of time, you don't want people asking questions. And so that's exactly how people are going to start asking questions, is by seeing that kind of stuff. And that somebody's face can't exactly be hidden.
Right.
Yeah.
So
we're talking about celebrities who their business is their face. So
yep.
Right.
Bri, I got bust out of here, but I want to thank you so much for inviting me here. This was a lot of fun. And you guys need to share this video, like, subscribe, and comment. This stuff really helps the algorithm, and especially smaller YouTube content creators. It is so incredibly meaningful, more than you could possibly know. Like 30 seconds from you does a lot. It really does a lot. So if you can, I encourage you. She's a smart young attorney who's producing is busting her tail to produce high quality content, and you have to just admire the hell out of her, as I do. So thank you so much for having me, and look forward to having you back. All right,
Joe, I'll be there in a bit.
Yep, that's fine. No, you take your time here. It's fine.
Okay. And his channel, Joe's channel, Good Logic, is linked down below, along with everyone else on the panel as well. So make sure you check out his live stream after this one, because he will be live talking about the case as well. And so we have the end of the poll for the LAPD, whether their testimony, their video deposition testimony, was helpful. We have 87% said yes, it was helpful. 4% said no, and 9% was neutral as to whether it was helpful or not. So I think that's.
Have you guys talked about their marriage counselor's deposition?
Yeah, we already covered her.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was neutral but it was neutral / beneficial to Depp, because she said the whole she gave as good as she got, but also I thought it helped Depp because she said that she didn't think that Amber was like a true victim. She thought that she was instigating a lot of the physical issues because of her issues with attachment and abandonment. So I thought that was really helpful. Sorry, I just want to throw that out there.
So we covered that, and the chat, I believe, voted mostly neutral because they felt like she was a little wishy-washy on the stand. So like she wasn't really sticking to her statements. I haven't had a chance to review her testimony, but the chat did not have a high vote in yes, if I remember correctly, for her.
I agree with that. I think that's
Okay, so we have another, who's next on this list here? We have Dr. Shannon Curry coming up. I think there's a lot about, it's a lady, right? Yes. Yeah, so we're gonna do her next. So I'll go ahead and type in the poll. I probably should have been doing that while you guys are talking, but yeah, let's go ahead and do Shannon Curry. And like I said, I have a little bit of notes, but I know Alita has been covering every day. So of course, if you have more to add, feel free to do so. So I'm
Sure,
gonna
sure.
read the poll now. The chat is really liking the poll, so we're gonna keep doing it. Okay, so let's go here. Shannon Curry was a forensic psychologist that was hired by Johnny Depp's team. She refuted Amber's claim of PTSD from the relationship. She believed that Amber grossly exaggerated symptoms of PTSD. She diagnosed Amber with histrionic and borderline personality disorders, and this disorder is predicative of or a factor in women who instigate violence against partners. So that was the kind of cliff notes of her testimony. Is there anything you want to add there, Alita?
I mean, that sounds pretty much correct from what I remember.
And she personally saw Amber, right? Like she saw her in a clinical context to make this decision.
She did. She did. She evaluated her in person, which is different than Dr. Hughes, who talked to her over Skype, is my understanding.
Yeah.
One thing I could say with that diagnosis, me and my colleagues, what we would say is that's the one client that will fire you and hire you at this in the same conversation. It is definitely they're interested. Oh, Bri, I think when your mic, you're like mute, so that way it doesn't, because we're in like in different rooms. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So usually, if we're interacting with them, it's you'll call them. Okay, you don't want to do that. Okay, you know what? You're not ever gonna work with me. I'm firing you. I don't need to work with you anymore. And then later, you know what? I'm sorry that I said that. You actually are very great. It's just go with the punches. And you're gonna get fired in this conversation at some point. So they're interesting, very interesting clients to work with.
Yeah. No, and I think she did a great job on the stand of explaining things from an expert's perspective, because anytime you get an expert witness on the stand, you run the risk of like them understanding what they're saying but not explaining things in a way so that the jury can follow along with them. And she broke things down in such a great way for people to understand the concepts that she was going to get into. So she took a very good amount of time to like put together the building blocks, and then she arranged it all to put it all together into a conclusion. And a lot of that is the direct examination by Mr. Dennison. I think he did a fantastic job of that. But she also did a great job of just explaining things very clearly. And then on cross-examination of just like keeping her cool. And, when Elaine Bredehoft would ask her a question or like make a statement essentially, and she'd be like, no, that's actually not true. And then she would like give her explanation. And so she kind of started to like run circles around Elaine Bredehoft on cross-examination, in my opinion. So I think she did a great job.
Yes, and she was also the muffin lady, right?
Yes. That's how we got Muffin Gate.
Muffin Gate. All right, I have the votes in from the chat. Dr. Shannon Curry, 97% said she was helpful to Johnny's case. 1% said no, she was not helpful, and 3% said she was neutral to Johnny's case.
I have to agree with the chat.
Yeah?
Yeah. I only have some minor criticisms of her testimony, and that is sometimes it's okay to like, and the other expert did this as well, and that's why it's kind of a wash, and I think she was helpful and doesn't really matter. But it's okay to kind of lay down and just be like, I mean, yeah, I had dinner with him, or it's, sometimes when experts testify, they'll say things like, there's like no chance that she has PTSD. Like sometimes it's okay if you say like, there is a chance, but it's unlikely, but like, it seemed like she was just so like, this lady does not have PTSD, and she doesn't have PTSD, right? She doesn't. But it's just like, like soften it a bit. It comes off more credible to the jury, where you're like,
that's true.
I can't tell things with 100% certainty because no expert can. The only thing that's 100% certainty is DNA, and that's like 99.99. It still has a 0.01 error rate percentage. So it's okay to sometimes be like, yeah, like I could have, done this wrong or incorrectly, but I'm very sure about my analysis. And to me, more than likely, she does not have PTSD. So I just wish that it was couched a little bit more in scientific principles as far as how she put it out. But I agree with her assessment. I don't think she has PTSD. I don't think Amber Heard does. And I don't think it because of Dr. Curry's testimony. So was it effective and did what it should do? Yes. My quibbles are only as a legal practitioner, not as far as the impression that it had on the jury.
Do you guys think maybe, because I heard some snippets about the doctors, she could ask for specific diagnosis. If they're willing to give her medications that weren't under the umbrella of a diagnosis, do you think they could also write up just the diagnosis that she preferred?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say I wanted to be under the umbrella of PTSD, right? So I go to the doctor, I tell them all the conditions that I have learned about PTSD and paint it that way and convince my doctor, hey, I do have PTSD. Can you treat me for PTSD?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So from my understanding from watching mental health practitioners and also from my own background, so some of you guys know that my bachelor's is in psychology. It's only a bachelor's. It's not, I've never worked in a therapeutic setting, but I've worked with people that have. And so my understanding from them, even before this case, is that some personality disorders, histrionic, borderline, antisocial, have such a negative social stigma that practitioners will sometimes avoid giving the patient that diagnosis and like saying to them like, oh, you have histrionic personality disorder, because it seems so negatively in society, and will instead just work on treatment modalities instead of labeling the person. So I think that that's more likely that her practitioner, whoever has treated her, especially the woman that treated them as a couple, but whoever has treated her has probably known that she has some type of traits that are indicative of histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality, but didn't see it as therapeutically beneficial to tell her, you got some HPD going on here, girl, and you need to work on this. Instead, they'll just do the treatment that goes towards that. And for some people, PTSD is a more acceptable socially because, we attribute that to veterans. We attribute that to people that have gone through very hard times that we see as heroes. And so maybe if there's any overlap there, maybe they're more comfortable giving her that diagnosis. But just based on from my understanding of what Dr. Curry said, I just don't see how anybody could say she has PTSD, especially where she says that some of the PTSD is coming from the attorney saying that she made up her story. Like, that's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So I can't see it for her.
Yeah. And on top of that too, I had Dr. Honda from Psychology in Seattle and Dr. Tracy from the Truth Doctor show. I had both of them on my channel earlier this week. And they also said that even within the psychology profession, there's even a stigma there, because you have a lot of psychologists that say like, I find these people to be untreatable. So they literally will avoid treating them if at all possible. So like, there's a which is just so unfortunate, because those are folks that like arguably really, really need the treatment. And there are ways to treat them, even if it is incredibly difficult. But it's just very unfortunate that even within the profession itself, that people can see that kind of stigma.
Well, I guess I would love to talk to these doctors that you spoke to, because I'm so sorry, Bri, but this is just me. When I was pursuing my bachelor's, I had quite a few professors who believe that people with histrionic personality disorder, it's a school of thought, and borderline personality disorder, that is their personality. So they are untreatable, right? Wow. So like, they might work with them on like, interpersonal relationships or something like that. But they just believe that there's just like no treating this person. And the way that interacts in my profession in the criminal context is that if my client is diagnosed with something like that, they're less likely to be found like incompetent or something, because it's just like, this is just your personality. Like, you have this maladaptive personality and there's nothing that can be done about it. So I'm glad to know that there are more people in the mental health field that feel like, no, we should actually do something to help these people. Because I mean, I went to college like 15, 20 years ago, you know what I'm saying? But at that time, people were saying like, you can't treat these people. So that's how difficult that personality disorder is. And so I would never be surprised that a practitioner never sat her down and said, you have borderline personality disorder. Because unless you're in the sometimes diagnosis doesn't even really matter unless you're in court, right? Because it's just like, let's just treat this person. We don't need to give them stigma. Let's just treat them. So I can see how that would happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Tracy herself, she actually has BPD herself. So it was a very, very interesting conversation. She has a video from maybe about a week or so ago, where she was talking about how she's like, I look at Amber's testimony and I see my past self. She's like, I have done all of these things, including lying on the witness stand and like, and putting my husband through all kinds of craziness. And she's like, I have, she's obviously come a long way in her own personal journey, to be the present self that she is right now. But it's like, it's such a fascinating conversation to talk to her about the subject. And Dr. Honda, as well, as from having worked with people with BPD. So.
I'm going to watch this. I'm excited.
Okay, we have Lady Dingo saying, Bri, I'm running your stream on so many devices right now. My router is burning up. For those of you who do not know, we're doing this stream on my unscheduled day because we're trying to get me monetized sometime this week. So thank you everyone that has joined in on the live stream and that has stuck around to watch. We've hit 600 viewers. Right now we've been sitting around 580 viewers. So you guys are definitely helping out my channel by just being here. So thank you for that. All
and
right.
if you haven't done so already, like the video, because then YouTube recognizes that as easy engagement and then starts to push it out to more people.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. And if you are not already subscribed to everyone on the panel, they are linked in the description box. So make sure to check them out. We have Peggy Laswell. Oh, I think everyone said she was trolling, but let's see what she has to say. Dr. Curry says she hung out with Depp for emotional support.
I don't remember her ever saying that.
She did not say that.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I know. Bri, can I? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Peggy, we are here trying to talk about the Depp v. Heard case in a truthful context and help Bri get monetized. If you're not on board, then skedaddle. Like, what is your problem? Like, it's not okay to just say misinformation just because you have chosen one side. Like, you can say things that are true and still support Amber Heard. Here, I'll give you an example. None of us were there. We didn't see what happened. So it's very possible. He said to their treatment provider that she gives as good as she gets. So it's possible that he also gave as well as received intimate partner violence. Just stick to the facts. Think logically. Don't waste everybody's time. Sorry, go ahead.
And I think her comments are attracting my eye because my vision is not that well and she's doing all caps. So it's like easy for me to click on it.
Yeah. But if it was on Emily D. Baker's channel, she would have been booted her because Emily doesn't play that all caps stuff.
Yeah, see, I don't know how to
true.
I know some people say I need some moderators to help me figure out some of that stuff, and I'll be working on it for sure. Okay, we have Emma Ray saying, Peggy, something tells me you're from Shooters 2.0 or Amber Shooters 2.0 or whatever it's called. So maybe an Amber supporter there. Okay, so we actually have another poll going, but I haven't jumped over to my notes because they're not very many. So I definitely probably need your help, Alita, on this guy. Alejandro Romero was the doorman at ECB, which is the place where all the penthouses were located. He did a pre-recorded video or deposition testimony. Yes. And the only thing I really got is that he was called to check for an intruder, and some scratches at the door was most likely a dog. So I didn't watch his testimony, so I don't have much to add to that.
And he saw Amber the next day after one of the incidents, and he was asked about, like, do you remember what she wore? Do you remember her hairstyle? And he was like, I don't pay attention to any of that crap. He's like, you know what I do when I have when someone who lives in the building comes and talks to me downstairs in the lobby, I look at their eyes, I make eye contact with them because that's a really important part of my job. And he says, I didn't see any bruises on that woman's face. I would have known. I would have noticed that, and I would have said something about it. Nothing. He was a very sympathetic witness and very good for Johnny Depp's case, in my opinion. And also he was like vaping during the deposition, and then he like started driving at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so good.
That might have been a little less helpful, but aside from that, the content of what he said was very
cool. That part was just more fun for the memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that part too, that he was driving, he was in the car, wasn't too professional, so but at least he got in good testimony, honestly. And so we have the poll coming in at 85% saying that he was helpful to Johnny's case. 2% said no, he was not helpful, and 13% said that he was neutral to Johnny's case. Did anyone else have a comment on that?
Was it the vaping? Was it the vaping? I have to know.
For the 13%, was it the vaping? Go ahead and drop it in the chat if you think the vaping is what made him neutral. Did he not come off as trustworthy because he was vaping and driving, or vaping?
Don't depo and drive, guys.
Someone says he was
I got
helpful
the other day being in court, and the judge told me to pull over, and I was like, fine. I really got to get better about that. I'm being honest. I got to get better. It's just so much easier now with virtual court to get multiple things done, but the judge told me to cut it out.
Oh, no.
Well, MYOB said yes, it was the vaping for the neutral. Said yes. Heather says Alejandro's description of the scratches on the door just proves how ridiculous, paranoid Amber Heard and RP are. Who's
Rocky
RP?
Pennington.
That was Rocky. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Rocky. Okay.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Pukilin says he was too funny. The judge face after his deposition was absolutely hilarious. So,
it was. She's like, I've never seen that before.
Yes.
Okay, Bri, I've got to go. It was really, really nice coming on here. Everybody, make sure you like the video. Make sure that you're subscribed. Let's get Bri monetized. It was nice seeing the both of you. Alpha, nice meeting you. Alita.
Nice seeing you again, Natalie.
I'm hoping to get on your. Are you going to be streaming next week? During
all this week and next week, gavel to gavel.
Same time zone for me, so I'm also supposed to be in court. But if that's why I can never do anything during the day. But if I happen to get like a lunch break or something, I'd love to hop on with you guys.
And then also afterwards, we usually chat for a couple hours after court
ends.
So jump on in.
Wonderful. It was nice seeing all of you. Bye. Good luck, Bri. You got this.
Thank you, Natalie.
Bye, everybody.
See you, Natalie.
I think we're almost there, honestly. I think this week it will happen as long as all the watch hours are legitimate. I think we should be good to go. We've been keeping it between 400 and 600. So we've been on for about 3 hours. So we're on our way there for sure. I think you came in a little late, Alita. I am at 2,100 right now based off of some hours from last week. Of course, they have to count the ones for the last couple of days, but as long as we get 2,000 today or tomorrow, then we're there.
Absolutely. And I'll say maybe in about 5 minutes I'll have to duck out so that I can also hop onto Joe's stream, because I did promise him also going onto his.
Yeah, no problem.
So, but this has been wonderful, and I'll see if I can pop back in again later, maybe if you're still going.
I'll probably be done in the next hour or two, but for sure, if you have more time, you're always welcome on my channel.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have another poll coming up, and it's Terrence Daugherty. Is that how you say his name? Daugherty.
Terrence. Oh, Daugherty. Yeah.
Daugherty. Okay.
That's right. Yes, he was the sound guy.
Yeah.
That works with Johnny Depp on all his stuff.
Yeah. So I'm just releasing the poll here. So sorry for the typing, guys. Let's go ahead and pop over to the notes. He says he was the chief operating officer of American Civil Liberties Union. So he was the guy.
I'm so sorry. He's not the sound guy. That's right. This is the ACLU.
Right. And he was a pre-recorded testimony. He discussed the formation of the 2018 op-ed, the whole article that this whole lawsuit stemmed from. And his company conceived, drafted, and placed the article in the Washington Post. The goal was to capitalize on the campaign for the Aquaman movie. And so I'm not sure if he had any blazing gun statements there. I don't remember watching his testimony, to tell you the truth. Was there anything to add there, Alita?
So his was crucial in drawing the link between Amber Heard and the editing process, and kind of like putting her in a position so that not only is it clear that she benefits from this op-ed being as like effective as possible, but like being as spicy as possible. But she also had the motivation for it, and she also had like she was actually actively trying to make it as impactful was the word, as impactful as possible. So she was trying to push to have Johnny Depp referenced more clearly in it, and and the ACLU was trying to sort of like pull stuff out because of liability concerns. But she was like, no, like this is about my ex-husband Johnny Depp, and this is how I want it to be, because we will also want it to be more impactful. So, because that obviously benefits her with the Aquaman release coming up and all this kind of stuff. So it just really, really, really painted that picture for actual malice in this case, which is very, in my opinion, very, very helpful to Johnny Depp's case.
Yeah, very damaging to Amber Heard, definitely for that. And they're the one helping her write the paper. That's horrible. What do you think, Alpha?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like everyone that has came out to it, it doesn't work in Amber's favor. I think it's always kind of leaning through Johnny, although Johnny kind of seems to have the same problems. It's just everyone that testifies seems to testify, and then it just works in Johnny's favor. So it's like as if he's not even saying anything and they're speaking for him, which I think that's very beneficial. I don't have to tell my story. You can tell it for me, which I think people take that as more credible. Brianna's amazing. Sorry if I butcher your name, but Alita, you're going to be like, oh, Brianna's amazing. And then you meet Brianna, but I already told you she's amazing. So you already think she's, so that helps.
Even better when that information comes out of somebody who has an adverse interest from you, right?
Yes.
Like to hear from the opposing party against, Bri in some kind of a transaction or some kind of a case, like to hear from them, like, God damn it, she's so good at her job. It's just like, that's even more beneficial, right? To hear it like through someone that's like they have to force it out, but they say it, it's even better in terms of credibility.
Yeah. So that's kind of my observation so far on the case. And it's like over and over. And so I would have to, I'd have to side with the Johnny side. I've said it. This is my third time.
We turned him to chat, and the case has turned him to Team Johnny.
There you go.
From the Terrence Daughtery vote from the chat with 128 votes, 81% saying yes, his testimony was helpful to Johnny's case. 5% said no, it wasn't helpful, and 14% said it was neutral. That's interesting. And Alita, you weren't here earlier. We voted on the emojis, and the chat chose the sunflower, the crown, and a bee. And so they are looking to call my channel the Bri Hive.
I love it. Oh my God, please do that. Oh, that is such a great community name. Like I finally settled on Bite Club for mine. I mean, Mr. Bites has been like, he's been hassling me for a long time. He's like, you need to name your community. And I was like, I don't know what to do. But he actually came up with the idea. I think he was the one that came up with Bite Club. And then like when I kind of tossed it out there, and then people like took it on, and I was like, okay, all right, let's go with it. But Bri Hive, oh my God, I love that so much. I think that's wonderful.
Sure. So
I like it too. I think it's good. It's very creative.
Yeah, yes. I think it's adorable. I just hope Beyonce doesn't come after me. The Beehive.
Cease to desist letter on the way.
Coming after LawTube even further.
I know, right?
Something else. Oh yeah, so these are the emojis. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. How do I put those next to me on StreamYard.
So when you go, so you've got the screen here, and you've got the windows below where you can see each person underneath the screen, and you can see in the corner of each window, you can see like 3 dots in the corner, in the upper right hand corner. You can edit the name, and then where it's displaying your name, you can add emojis in there.
Okay, I'll probably have to do it on Alpha's computer because I don't have a Mac.
Yeah, I could see it. I see what she's saying.
Okay. Yeah, if Alpha has like the co-pilot like sign in right now with you, then he can also like edit everybody's names as well.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I don't
he
think
doesn't
I
have that right
part.
now.
Oh no, okay. I wasn't sure if you had set that up. But yeah, otherwise I could probably actually, you know what? Let me copy paste you. Let me copy paste you those emojis, because I can do it on mine, and then maybe you can, or I'll send it to you in the private chat, and you can just copy paste it into there. Maybe that'll work.
Let's do that. That's perfect. I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna get those there, but people keep telling me I need them. So we selected the emojis and the name of the chat. I thought
Did we figure out the order of the emojis though?
I think it's this order that they have it right here: the crown, bee, and then the sunflower.
Okay.
But I'm not quite sure. Everyone likes the bee for sure. And I'm just getting the next poll together. It is for Jack Wiggum, I guess.
And sorry guys about the mic. I'm like in the living room and she's in the office, so I think it bounces off sometimes.
Makes sense. I think maybe like I know that for me, I can't do these live streams without some kind of like headphones on it. That does help with like the echoing, but then obviously if you can hear from the other room too, like if your mic is picking up the other room, then that also doesn't help. But sometimes if it comes from like the speakers on your computer, that also is it can cause some stuff.
Yeah, what I noticed on StreamYard is that my speaker on my computer still plays even when I have headphones in. So I'm not sure why that's happening.
Oh, it could be that you need to go into like your into your settings to make sure that the sound is coming directly through there.
I tried that and it still plays on my desktop for some reason. I have no idea why. Probably have to call.
Oh no.
Yeah, so we'll probably have to call StreamYard if they have a phone number. Okay, so I just released the Jack Wiggum poll, so they're already voting on it. So I'm gonna pop over and see what notes I have. Jack Wiggum is Johnny's talent manager, or was his talent manager. He testified to the financial damage to Johnny's career. Johnny was in negotiation for $22.5 million for Pirates of the Caribbean 6. And then he was previously paid $8 million for City of Lies, $10 million for Murder on Orient Express, and $13 million for Fantastic Beasts. I'm not sure if he added anything additional there, but I think that was very important testimony as far as the damages that he should receive, because no one else seemed to have testified to the damages yet.
Yeah, that was the clearest sort of like breakdown of dollars and cents of like how he was working in 2017, and then 2018 what happened, and then everything that happened after that point. And he had some very good explanations for why in 2018, before the op-ed, why Johnny wasn't really working. He was taking a break for most of that year because 2017 had been such a busy year. It's like it all really made sense the way that he explained all of that stuff. So yeah, I think he did a good job, and I think he was helpful, very helpful for Johnny.
Yeah. Alpha, what do you think about that? For him to talk about the money, the damages here.
That's a lot of money. That's the first part. So I think if it does come to the money side, I think that would, and he was to win that, I think it would put some money back in his pocket. I don't know how much money she has, but I have learned she's in a few movies, and so I guess she has some money. So I guess that helps in his favor if that's where he was leaning. But to see the damages that came from that, I think is also interesting. Because I'm just thinking back to the Cardi B case that you covered regarding kind of losing money. So
Yeah. And Coach Karen, by the way, I think that you might be thinking of the next expert witness who testified more on like the Hollywood culture kind of stuff, and the impact of Me Too. That was Richard Marks. That was his name. I always have to think about it because he's got two first names. But anyhow, yeah.
Okay, good commentary on that, guys. And so I finally put the emojis. Thank you, Alita, for sending them to me. So
You're welcome. Yay!
Official. We are accomplishing things in this live stream today.
There you go.
Yes. So we have the poll in from Jack Wiggum. We have 106 votes. 75% said yes, he was helpful. 3% said no, he was not helpful, and 23% said neutral. So I think that probably, I thought it would be a little higher, honestly, but still helpful to his testimony.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, well, there was a little bit of blood that was kind of drawn on his cross-examination because they opened the door for the UK case to say like, well, wasn't his reputation also harmed because of the UK litigation, and like how much can you really draw an inference from all of that? And so, you know, he didn't want to talk about the UK case for obvious reasons, but he ended up still kind of giving a lot of information that the jury didn't previously know about. So, you know, it wasn't a perfect witness testimony, but I do still think that overall it was a net positive for Johnny.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And then we have someone asked, oh, here we are. Havoc Inc. says, Alita, will you stream the trial tomorrow?
You betcha. Trial starts at 9 a.m. East Coast time. I'm going to start live streaming at 8:30 a.m. East Coast time. So I always start 30 minutes before to make sure I've got everything set up. We're all warmed up. We're all kind of chit-chatting. And absolutely, 100%. I Monday through Thursday, this next week, as well as the following week, you can count on the live stream being on my channel.
Okay. So
yeah,
you heard it here first. Alita is back on Monday.
Yep, you bet.
Okay, we have a couple more witnesses to go, so I'm just gonna do the poll for the next people, and just let me know, Alita, when you have to pop off.
You know what? Let me go about now. Is probably a good time. I mean, I did promise Joe I would go like a half an hour ago. So let me go now, and then I'll see if I can pop back in at some point. But if not, you know, maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I should have some time tomorrow. But yes, thank you for
popping whenever you can.
Okay, definitely will.
Of course. And thanks so much for having me in here. This has been a lot of fun. And guys, one more time, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to her channel, like the video, start popping into her other live streams, maybe pull up a playlist or something and start playing everything from top to bottom. Let's get her all of that watch time so that she can get monetized. And then people can start super chatting her. And then it's even more fun.
It's more fun. Thank you so much, Alita.
Of course. Okay. I'll see you guys.
Thank you. Good meeting you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So we had some LawTubers pop in. That was really fun. I think we covered a lot of great ground there. Alita has like all the insights on the case because she's watching it every single day. So I love to have her on the channel. It was her first time on my channel, so I'm super happy she came over. I know a lot of you have found me through her channel, but if you did not find me through her channel, make sure you go over and subscribe to her. I have her link down below in the description. You might have to refresh, but she is there. All right. So we got a couple more witnesses to go. Alpha, are you able to finish or you need to do
Yeah, I'm here. I can finish strong with you. I was also able to change my name, so I'm now a fan.
Thank you so much. That looks so cute. Okay, wait. I'm just trying to finish up the poll for the next person, and then we're going to go right into it.
All right, perfect.
All right. You guys are doing amazing chat. Thank you, everyone that has been able to stay on and watch live. For the people watching on the replay, thank you as well. And make sure to hit the like button, whether you're live or a replay crew. All right. So let's check it out. We have Richard Marks. He was the founder of the entertainment law firm. I think it was under his name. He assessed the damage caused to Johnny by the op-ed. So what caused him to lose the contract, basically. He stated it caused Johnny to basically get canceled. Cancel culture affected Johnny because of the statements that Amber Heard put out in the 2018 op-ed, is basically what he said. And it harmed Johnny's reputation and his ability to get work. So that kind of goes along with what the previous person said. But he was able to assess it on like a legal basis. What do you think about that, Alpha?
That's I don't know. I'm not like, I keep hearing stuff that comes back to me, and it's every time I hear something, I think it's like it's not good in relating to Amber, especially I'm seeing a lot of professionals that are coming in. It is a lot of money that is related, so I do think sometimes there's biases that kind of play in. Where I think some of these professionals, in my opinion, maybe are winging the other way, maybe to kind of secure some type of employment, keep them in their circle. So, I don't know. I don't know. I would I say that the information that he provided was good. So far, I voted yes for every professional because I do hold professionals to a higher standard. So I would say yes, that them attesting to whatever is beneficial to the case, but to whose side, I keep seeing just Johnny. It's always Johnny's side, it seems like.
Yeah, and so these are Johnny's witnesses. So of course he's going to want to grab the people that are more favorable to him.
Right.
Amber has only had one other witness other than herself. So that's, I don't know who she's going to call within the next 2 weeks. We anticipate
not her friends.
Not her friends, because her friends have backed out. But they're basically, we're basically predicting that she should be on the stand for at least 3 more days, probably at minimum. So I'm like, who else is she going to call within the next 6 days after that, if that? Probably more like 5 days after that. She can't have.
I don't know if you ever seen Dad, but there's a spinoff called it's called Call Sal. And so if you ever seen Breaking Bad and you're in a bad situation like Amber, go ahead and call Sal.
She has to call Sal in order to get. Well, I mean, she has her lawyers that she's probably paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour. So I'm interested to see what these attorney fees are going to come out to at the end. So we have the results in from the chat. They're saying Richard Marks is 83% helpful to Johnny's case. 1% said no, he wasn't helpful. And 16% said he was neutral to the case. All right, and then we have Ace Moonshot saying Mark was good because he knew the business better than any other witness. Talked about the Me Too movement. Oh, because it hurt his reputation. I'm assuming that's what they're referring to. Elizabeth said Richard Marks was so good because he was so clear, engaging, and easygoing. Okay, I can agree with that. Richard, oh, where'd it go? Disappeared. Richard came across a little arrogant, but then again, he is Mr. Hollywood. And when you're dealing with that many celebrities and you're the attorney for those celebrities, and your pocket is lined as well. So I could see if he came off a little arrogant to some people. Galactic Boom Flyer says, Richard Marks does not know his business, and I believe him in regards to the loss of monetary and job opportunities. Oh, does know his business. I'm sorry. He does know his business. I was like, that doesn't go together. But that was my misreading. Flying Fig says, and thankfully, there is also lots and lots of evidence. Thus, the bias don't matter. Yep, I can agree with you there. All right. And then we says, yeah, who you going to call, Sal? That was for you, Alpha.
Yeah, better call Saul. Sorry. It's anyone that's seen Breaking Bad spinoff knows if you're like in a legal trouble, he was one of the attorneys that will pick up your case, and he would do it so shady. But he would get you out of trouble. So it's interesting. So some of the people I think picked up the reference.
Yeah. Jennifer says, I was trying to object and listen to both sides, I was trying to be objective and listen to both sides, but the only testimony for Amber Heard, her and her expert, has been so bad that it's making it difficult. I agree with you there, because I was not paying attention to this case until LawTube started covering the trial, and so I'm not like a super big Johnny Depp fan, not a fan at all, really. I just write the Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland, and that's about it. I've seen pieces of the movie, but I don't know it like the back of my hand. Amber Heard, never heard of her, never heard of Amber Heard, and so I was trying to go in objective, but the testimony that's coming out is not in favor of her, and then her testimony, she just does not come off genuine to me. So I feel you on that, Jennifer. Okay, Better Call Sal. Everyone's with the Better Call Sal. All right, Alpha, you got the chat going. Brandy Hughes says, I wonder if Amaka Cream can fix and repair Amber's bruised ego. Probably not.
I took the hint there from the bruised ego.
Yeah, it's a pun, for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and pop on to the next person. So let me just get it ready here. It is Douglas Bonilla. I don't think I watched that person's testimony, so we're just based off the notes that I got from the interweb. So let's see what those notes say. 1 second, releasing the poll now. All right, so we have Douglas Bonilla, founding principal at an IP consulting firm. He presented evidence about how Johnny was perceived by the media and the public after Amber's allegations in 2016. So that will be for the temporary restraining order that she sought against him. And then for her statements in the 2018 op-ed, which is the whole reason why we're here in this trial. He stated that the op-ed devastated Johnny's career. So I think that's pretty beneficial to Johnny, just because he has to show that his career was damaged in order to win in a defamation claim. So we can talk about what she did to abuse him, what he didn't do to abuse her. But in order to actually win on defamation, like actual money, you have to show that you lost money. So by saying that his career is devastated, then of course he's not going to be able to get jobs. So you will be proving that money side of it. So what do you think about that? Do you think that's beneficial for him?
Yeah, to an extent, because the gentleman earlier that kind of discussed about what was lost in terms wise, the contracts and so forth, I think that one holds more than this data just saying, hey, they lost money. You know, it could mean anything. What type of money was lost? That would be more evident. I would lean more to that if that was just me listening to that. But in general, I think you have to be a little bit more specific on what is being lost, you know, like break it down for me. If I was a jury and I was sitting there and you telling me, hey, what is being lost? So what contract are you speaking of? Are we talking in hypotheticals or are we being specific? So
yeah, so he's more talking just based, because it's an IP consulting firm. So he was like a data analyst. And so you're basically looking at the value of his name when you're doing IP consulting firms. And I didn't really watch his testimony, to tell you the truth, but I'm assuming since it was IP consulting, they're basically trying to analyze how good is Johnny Depp's name in his field, which would be, okay, his trademark of Johnny Depp, he's losing job opportunities, so his value is going down. So he probably testified for something along those lines. Regina Stansilova, I don't know if I said that last name right, but says, I voted yes. However, I have experience with statistics. What he did is correlational studies and not causational. And unfortunately, I would have to say Amber Heard lawyers was kind of right. So that goes to what you were saying, Alpha, that he didn't really have actual proof, which would have been causational.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, at least I know how to be a good jury.
Yeah. Susan McIntosh says Douglas' statistical test didn't seem to support his own testimony. Oh, that's not good. All right, and we have Flying Fig says folks are taking their vacay time to watch this. Well, thank you so much for using your vacay time to watch me here on YouTube live streaming. Of course, you can watch the replay. Watching live is always better. And so I thank everyone for participating with me today. All right, and we have I wanted to go to Jennifer saying Beehive, swarm those likes and subscribe buttons. Okay, we are getting with the puns and the sayings over here. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe button if you are not already subscribed. Okay. And then I have a couple more comments to go to until we get to the result. And so we have SJ saying his testimony was hard to follow unless you're in the IT business. So basically, he didn't explain it for a lay person or a regular person to understand it. I can get that. Liana C says, I try to be objective in all this. Truthfully, I am a Jack Sparrow fan over anything, and I'm salty that I don't get more of my favorite character. But should the evidence have been on a Amber Heard side? Which evidence should have been on Amber Heard's side? I'm not quite sure which one you're referring to there. So let's go ahead and check out the answers. Douglas Bonilla, 42% said yes, he was helpful. 23% said no, he was not helpful, and 35% said he was neutral, which I could anticipate that because people said his testimony was just kind of like hypothetical rather than what results actually happened, which I think goes along with what you were saying too, Alpha.
I'm just happy I would be a good jury. You know?
Well, you would probably get kicked off the juror poll because sometimes they ask you if you are related to any lawyer, and then you would have to say that you live with one. So, boom, off of the jury poll. Sometimes, but sometimes they won't ask things like that. Okay. Next person we have is Aaron Filati, and we're almost done with the what do you call it? The witnesses today. So our stream is lasting pretty long, so we're doing a good job here.
You're doing great.
Thank you so much. And thank you for chilling here with me today. Mm-hmm. I would have been tired of talking for 4 hours straight. That's why I took the pause when the other LawTubers was on, because my brain has been super tired. Okay, so I dropped the poll for Aaron Filati, and this was Amber's former personal nurse. She presented her testimony via pre-recorded deposition. Oops, made it disappear. She discussed Amber's history with anxiety and substance abuse. Not too good for Amber. And remember, this is Johnny's witness, and this is Amber's nurse that's testifying this about her. Amber told her about bipolar and ADD, eating disorders, anxiety, codependency issues, and occasional insomnia. Amber was open about jealousy she had towards Johnny when she was away from Johnny in 2014 and 2015. Aaron Filati testified that drug use during May 2016 by Amber Heard. So she was using drugs at Coachella. She also testified that the December 2015 incident, she saw a bright red blood appearing at the center of Amber Heard's lips, stated to be caused by an altercation with Johnny. So saying that Johnny did something to cause her to bust her lip. So I do not think that this testimony is very beneficial to Amber Heard, and I think that is beneficial to Johnny Depp. What do you think, Alpha?
Very subjective statement. Very subjective. It does have, Amber Heard's diagnosis, and, she's discussing that with her, which I think also in turn kind of it doesn't work in her favor. She's doing drugs at Coachella. She's not in the right frame of mind, and then now she has a busted lip. We don't know how far, how much drugs maybe she did, because she maybe had felt. There's speculations that could happen compared to if she had done no drugs and then had a busted lip. it's a different occasion. So it's very subjective in her statement. It's kind of like one-sided. Especially I'm focusing more towards the end on the altercation part. Um, yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see what the chat said. Erin Filati, was she helpful to Johnny Depp's case? 67% said yes, she was helpful. 3% said no, she was not helpful, and 30% said she was neutral. So I'm wondering if she had like a bad relationship with Amber Heard and she got fired or something, and come out and say like, yeah, she had a lot of
She said
issues.
all the bad things about her. Like literally, she painted her as someone that's taking drugs, probably does not remember what she's doing most of the time, and now she has a bump on her lip and she's going through an abuse. And it's like, oh, I would not want her to describe me.
Right, exactly. So that was not a good one for her for sure. And I think the chat agreed with that. We seen some higher yes votes, but she got some bad votes there. Let's go ahead and pop over to Michael Spindler. So
I
I'm just
see
gonna
here in the chat really quickly, someone said that she claimed that there was a broken nose, 2 black eyes, and a concussion, as well as this. Oh, wow. Okay. My question would be, did she go to the hospital, for those injuries?
Yeah, so we also talked about that on a couple of the chats. They said sometimes people do not go to the hospital for broken nose because they're not really gonna do anything about it.
Right.
As far as her, I don't remember there being any medical records about those things, and I could be completely wrong, but I have a feeling she didn't. She just took some pictures, and this is what they're talking about. The pictures that she took, she doesn't. You see like a little red on her lip, but as far as black eyes and things like that, she just looks tired. So
I mean,
I don't
partying
know.
in Coachella, most people don't sleep, right?
Yeah, but she's saying this is from a fight with Johnny. I don't. Yeah, and that's around March, right? 2016, I guess. I don't know for sure, but yeah, I don't know. I don't. Her statements is like super exaggerated, and then when she shows the proof, it's like, where is it? You have to find it.
Like,
So
let me see that.
let me see it again. Yeah. So we see that, and then we have Gabriella's planner saying she also testified that she didn't see any of the other injuries that Amber's claims, though, and only saw a split lip. Didn't see any bruising, cuts, or injuries to her scalp. So this kind of contradicts what the first person said, that she didn't see those things. I don't have it in my notes, and I really can't remember from my memory. So we're just gonna go with that as a comment. Who Killing says the timeline is super hard. It is definitely hard. They are not keeping consistent with 2012, 2013, 2014. They're trying to get the most damaging evidence at the most shocking time. So they're kind of jumping back and forth, which I don't think is very helpful for the jury, to tell you the truth. All right. So what were you about to say?
No, I was just looking at some of the pictures of the injury. There's different photos, but I don't know which one goes with what timelines. Based on the story that was just said, with all those injuries, I mean, you should be able to notice that right away. And I think she probably would have, someone said they were unconscious or something like that. I would go get checked out. Always,
Right.
make sure that you're fine. You don't know how much damage you're taking, how much trauma you're taking to your head.
Right. And especially if you're saying someone's hitting you to the point where you bleed. Like one of her testimony is like she was hit in the back of the head and her blood splattered or something. And I'm just like, why would you not go to the doctor or report to anybody?
All right, let me just get a paper towel and just wipe this off.
Exactly.
That's tough.
Yeah. So let's go ahead. I released the poll for the next person, right? Yep, Michael Spindler. Here we are. He is a forensic accountant. He showed his calculations for the amount Johnny lost as a result to Amber, and estimated lost earnings to be $40 million. And this was based on the $22 million he was supposed to get for that Pirates movie, and then some of those other movies that we listed a little earlier on. I think that this is beneficial to Johnny Depp because it goes towards damages. How much money should he receive from Amber for making these claims against him? He sued her for, I think, $50 million. So $40 million will be right up that alley of getting that amount. And then also asking for attorney's fees, which I am sure are in the millions of dollars at this point. What do you think, Alpha?
Yeah, that's a lot of money. 50. Wow. That's a lot of money. So he probably does have a niche that she has money. So, I mean, I wouldn't sue you for billions or millions of dollars if I think you don't have millions of dollars, so.
Yeah, some people just want to prove a point too. Some people have said maybe that's why. Maybe he doesn't care about the money, but he just wants to be able to tell his story.
Yeah, I mean, he's also telling his story, but also he's painting a picture of who she is. And I think if this case is swayed the other way, a lot of people are going to pull back from her. People don't like liars. And I think it would definitely illustrate that she's a liar. And, people kind of backtrack a little bit like, hey, this person's going to create stories about me that are not true to make me look bad in the public's eye.
Yeah. I agree with you there. And then we have the results are in from the votes. We have, I spelled Michael wrong, but Michael Spindler is 80% yes, 3% no, and 16% neutral. So I think he was pretty beneficial for Johnny Depp's case, especially for the damages portion of it. So we need to know how much money he's going to get from this case, right? How much does he deserve? So we're going to do the next. Oh, we have a couple of chats here. We have Renee Bacon saying, Amber watched the movie Unbreakable and thought it was real and her.
Have you seen that movie?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure we watch it. I love the movie. There's a few of them that go.
Okay, we'll watch it. K Jan says, Alpha, remember Amber Heard's checks in her face or her cheeks, maybe?
Her checks is her face, so pretty much that's how she makes her money.
Yeah, okay. No way she would not get it checked out by a number of professionals. Right. And especially if you wanted to go out and say that you're a survivor of domestic violence, you want to get a report, right? You have to get a report. You should get a report. They have to.
Right, especially if she's in front of cameras, something like that is going to be noticeable. So, like I said, people are going to notice it, and people are going to ask you about what's going on. So, like, you're going to have to figure out something, unless she's deciding, hey, this trauma happened, I'm going to stay until I'm fully healed. But then her close friends are going to say, hey, I haven't seen Amber in a while. What's going on? I feel like some of these people, based on just their social information, they're regularly visited by friends and families, and obviously the nurses and the doctors who seem to be there all the time in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and so we have little Galaxy 56 saying Amber bites and picks her lips a lot. And so that also came up on a couple of other streams, that she's constantly basically busting her lip herself. So who's to say it actually came from Johnny? I think that will be a good idea for Johnny's team to question her about that. Have you ever had a busted lip before? Is it true that you chew on your lips? Is it true that you suck on your lips? Does it sometimes cause blisters? So hopefully they go after that.
You remember that movie we saw during the week? What was it called?
The Gone Girl?
Yeah, Gone Girl. That's what this trial is reminding me of. I don't know if anyone else thinks the same. It's almost like Gone Girl. She's doing the whole behavior, and it's
and
interesting.
So we were talking about that case too, because Alita was supposed to watch it, and before I even knew that, we were watching it, and then when she kept saying she hasn't watched it, I was like, oh geez, well, I guess I watched it and I didn't even know we were supposed to be catching up on it.
Yeah, Gone Girl is definitely interesting, and I told you already how I came across it, and I had to write a paper, and we watched it together.
Half Irish says, everyone says Gone Girl. Flying Pig says, yes, many have mentioned Gone Girl. I guess that's why they gave Alita the homework. MYOB says, oh yeah, Gone Girl has been referenced a lot. And so we have a couple of people just saying, yep, Gone Girl. Yep, she's stealing from Gone Girl. Denise from Canada says, the accountant was the first time I heard about Amber Heard's greed to the full. Painted her as having a big money motive. Yes, they did paint her as that. She wanted to get the money. I think there's another financial advisor we're going to talk about in a moment here. Okay, so I released the poll for Laura Wazer, or Wazer, I don't know how to say her name. So let's check out what happened with her. She is a celebrity divorce lawyer, and she was Johnny's divorce lawyer. She testified via pre-recorded testimony. She talked about Amber filing the restraining order and made a statement that Amber's lawyer had actually sent a demand to Johnny's lawyer before filing for the restraining order. So it kind of seems like she wanted something from Johnny as far as getting the divorce. He didn't give it to her, so she decided to file a restraining order against him based on the, I think, May 2016 incident. So the black eyes and the busted lip and all of those things. So I think that would be good testimony for Johnny Depp, honestly, because it shows her malice, that she intended to hurt Johnny by making these statements.
Yeah. So there's a lie with her on who filed the restraining order first.
What was that?
Sorry, I'm getting like back. I think just mute your mic for a second. We're gonna have to like alternate here. I was saying who did the restraining order. Does that apply on who did it first in this case? Because I do think that is actually good information. I would say even for both sides, to understand that there was a time of kind of they're trying to get some form of separation, which is what I think needed to happen in their whole relationship. And I don't think there should have been a relationship because that's very toxic. You're consistently fighting and there's a lot of injuries and the other person's causing you physical and mental trauma. Just I think that restraining order is good. Just get that separation. So I think it's very good.
Right. So it doesn't really matter who files for the restraining order first. Amber is the one that filed for the restraining order, but it was like after they were basically requesting money from Johnny. So since he didn't have money, then she filed the restraining order. So it makes it less likely that she actually felt like she was abused or that she was actually abused. So I think that goes towards intent, and that will be helpful for Johnny for sure.
I feel like this is like Gone Girl 2, literally. this has to be like literally Gone Girl Part 2. And it's just them two, and oh my goodness. Yeah.
Going back and forth, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have Ace Moonshot saying Wazer showed the extortion/blackmail, but testimony seemed truncated. Yeah, pretty much. Emma Rain says, then she mentioned a brand of wine and says, I don't know if it was brand name wine or wine. Like, it is wine, LOL. I think she was probably trying to refer to that $500 bottle of wine that they were getting. Liana says, what was that?
No. Are they referring to the movie?
No, they're talking about Amber Heard. They were buying like $500 bottles of wine to drink.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And then I think you guys mentioned that it spilled, right?
For one of the fights, there was spilled wine. However, when they called the police, all the police testified to there being no wine. So
red wine is very stainful. So if you spill that, it's gonna be there. You're gonna be able to show some evidence of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then so we have Liana saying there's a YouTube comparing Gone Girl to Amber Heard's testimony. Interesting. Okay, you guys are having a combo. But to say, yep, Flying Fig says still wanted more, so much more. She's delusional, thinking she would get away with what she has done. Yeah, she is. I don't know. I cannot see her coming out on top on this. The only thing that worries me is the unanimous jury. I feel like there's going to be at least one person that believe her. So, Half Irish says, yeah, it was a demand letter, or that demand letter was wild. So, demanded some money from Johnny before filing the restraining order. Renee Bacon says, everyone, please like and share. Yes, of course. Like and share the video. You made it this long into the video. Make sure you have hit the like button if you have not already, and share to Twitter, to Instagram, wherever you want to share. As long as
you got 1,000 likes.
1,000 likes?
Yes.
Wow, I think that's the most likes I've ever gotten. So thank you so much, chat.
Great.
We're getting through it. We're getting through it. It was a lot of testimonies. I think it was like 28 people, and we're almost done. So we have probably about 6 more people to go.
Okay.
Yeah. We're almost there, guys. Regina Stain, I can't say your last name, so we're just gonna leave it there. Laura's thing was about the restraining order and all that thing, but they need to outline the timeline to have amazing results for her testimony. Yeah, I think they're playing the let's confuse the jury, and as long as we say some colorful words, because Amber Heard's testimony, she says a lot of unnecessary things. And so I'm thinking that they're trying to distract the jury so that they don't realize that she doesn't really have that good of a case against Johnny. Or to beat Johnny, honestly. All right. And so we have Heather B saying, all the men on the jury listening to Dr. Hughes tell them only men are abusers. I don't think that will go well. Yeah, I don't think that will go well either. There's possibility for a woman to abuse a man as well. All right, and then we have Coach Karen, who has been helping out in the chat, saying we are at 5.75 sub. Let's get it to 6K. Thank you so much. Yes, let's get to 6K today. Let's do it. Make sure you share the channel once we get off this live stream, and tell people to come over. Check us out over here. All right, let's see what the results of the vote are. So this is Laura Wazard, and 67% said yes, the testimony was beneficial to Johnny. 6% said no, the testimony was not beneficial, and 27% said it was neutral. So this sounds about right with what she was able to testify to. All right, so I will pop up the next poll, and this is for Christian Carino. I'm gonna need a nap after this. I can't even type. I've been misspelling people's names, but you guys get the point.
Someone said that she spent $10,000 a month on wine.
On wine? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there was some testimony. Oh, I don't remember the amount they said she spent on wine, but I do remember the financial advisor saying that his wine bill went down substantially once he got rid of Amber Heard. So she was trying to accuse him of being the alcoholic, but when he got rid of her, the wine bill went down.
Huh. That played itself out.
Yeah. I like that.
If she was spending $10,000, wow, that's a lot of wine. Some good wine. It better be some good wine. And someone said she's drinking box wine now. It's a big difference, you know.
She was drinking box wine or cheap wine when they first got together as well. Adrian Ellis, 2 bottles a day, and her fave wine was $500 a pop. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, you know, that college wine, I don't know if people remember where you got to slap the bag and then it's not even a glass and you just sip from the bottom. So some people understand the reference I'm making, but yeah, that's an expensive wine for her to be drinking.
Yeah, Judel and Travis says $1,000 a day. That's what they. Yeah, if you have 2 bottles, that's $1,000 a day for sure. Brandy Hughes says $500 a bottle, 2 to 3 bottle minimum per day. That's a lot. That's more than $10,000 a month.
That's
$10,000 a week.
Like, where are they buying this wine? Do they have like a winery? Where's this wine coming from?
Order it from a specific place. It's very exclusive wine.
Very exclusive.
We cannot afford that every single day.
No, that's a lot of wine.
It's a once in a lifetime bottle of wine. Definitely do not want to keep buying that. Okay, so I'm dropping the poll for Christian Carino. And let's check out the notes over there. Christian Carino was the talent agent for both Johnny and Amber at some point. He made a virtual appearance for his testimony. The main point of his testimony was that he saw Amber spend time with Elon Musk in 2016 while trying to fix her relationship with Johnny. This is beneficial to the Johnny Depp's test, or to his case, because Amber Heard's team is trying to argue that Johnny Depp was unrealistically or falsely accusing Amber Heard of cheating on him. So if she was seeing Elon Musk during 2016, then Johnny Depp would have a reason to go ahead and accuse her of that without it being abusive, because, I mean, it could still rise to the level of abuse if you're constantly doing it. But when you show that, okay, I had a reason to accuse her, then I'm not just falsely accusing her, making her feel bad for no reason. What do you think about that, Alpha?
Man, I can't side with her on the cheating part. That's bad. So if that was the case, especially if you're drinking that much wine and then it's like you're taking advantage of the other party.
Yeah.
And something mentioned about.
I said, hopefully she wasn't splitting it with Elon.
With Elon, right? Elon's over here enjoying the wine. So that would be tough. And now Elon is in the case without even knowing he's in the case.
Right. So. Well, on the witness list, I don't think he's gonna actually testify though.
No, I don't think he would, but that's interesting. But I think it is a good thing that builds on character, kind of tells a lot about her as a person. I think that's where I was kind of pointing to. So it, she's not a person of integrity is what I would say that would go into, because when people are not watching you, you're doing all the wrong things, but then when people are watching you try to behave in the right way.
Yeah, for sure. Got you on that. So let's see what the chat is saying here. We have Jennifer saying, I would never spend that much on a drink and I love coffee. You're not spending $500 a day on coffee. What are you doing?
That's a lot of coffee.
That's a lot of coffee. It would have to be such supreme coffee. Radina says, did you know that Amber Heard is the one with drug and alcohol abuse problem? That's why they went so hard for JD for it. He was only hooked on prescribed ones and took illegal ones in a while only. And see, I really don't think it's a big deal that he did some drugs, because I feel like that's very popular in the culture that he's in Hollywood and being an actor and things like that. So they're not really tying the piece of, oh, he did these drugs so he can't remember. Oh, he did these drugs so he was abusive to me. So they're not really tying that all together, because they probably don't have a leg to stand on with that. But yes, her doctor did say that she had alcohol abuse problems. And also the therapist that interviewed her from Johnny's team also said that, yes, she has the substance abuse problem. So I really wouldn't be surprised if she did. Johnny, he kind of admitted to having a problem, and that's why he went on the detox. So I wouldn't all the way say that he has no problem at all based on the testimony. But I do think that Amber also had issues as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think on the statement of drugs, I think it is kind of an okay thing in their field of work. But I think also with Johnny Depp kind of being in movies with kids, I think it can be portrayed in a bad way.
Yeah.
Just based from my experience and things I've seen and heard from patients that started taking drugs at an early age and how it affects them today. So I would want kids to kind of go down that road. So I think, that is something maybe in that industry, maybe they should work on. And I think that doesn't work too well in Johnny, because I kind of had an idea, but I now can confirm that he did drugs. I used to watch his movies as a kid, and I thought he was just this weird kind of quirky guy. And now that I'm like, oh, he did drugs, and they're saying he was, and I'm like, oh, was he high on set? Is that why his quirkiness kind of put in there? So
yeah, it's questionable.
And then I saw people were asking if my name is Alpha. So yeah, my name is legally Alpha.
That's his name. I'm not just calling him that because I just called you Honey, and then they would think your name is Honey. Right. So let me see if I can get another chat. I think we already got that one. And we have when they went to London for about a month, Ben King said it was about $30K for wine for the month. Yeah, so $1,000 a day, 2 bottles a day, $500 a bottle. Whew.
That's a lot of wine.
Whatever else they're having, if they're having other party favors that they are both against each other.
So then wouldn't that go? Oh, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just.
Well, I was gonna say, because of all those incidents, if they're drinking that much wine and then they're doing drugs, so there's a constant level of something in their system at all times. And that, okay. I'm just gonna say, okay.
Why Amber team is trying to insinuate that there had to be something going on. But Johnny's team can say the same thing, but he's not trying to paint her out as being this drug addict like Amber Heard is trying to do.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of got back into circle when I was asking about the medications that they were taking, because usually with those type of medications, we tell you to avoid every time, or drugs or alcohol. They affect the medications, so it's interesting.
Sure. And so we have the poll in for Christian Carino. It says 72% yes, that he was helpful to Johnny. 5% says no, he was not helpful to Johnny, and 23% are neutral as to whether he was helpful to Johnny. So I think that's
I don't think he was helpful to Johnny. I think that kind of affected his character a little bit, because I started to make the little analysis there.
Oh no, we were just kind of reading the chat right there when we were talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys.
Said she was with Elon during trying to get back together with Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think he was pretty helpful in that sense. Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to catch some chats here. For Crying Out Loud says the only one he was ever addicted to was Roxy, where he needed to go to rehab to kick it, and he hasn't used it again. And he said he did even once he'd be hooked again. Makes sense. All right. Liana says, in contract to this trial, we have Bri and Alpha with wholesome relationship example. Yes, I think that Alpha is a great person. And I'm so happy that he's joining here with me on the live stream. So
I'm thankful that I'm on the live.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll be Mr. and Mrs. soon, right, guys? Blow up the chat and tell Alpha.
Guys, don't tell the secret.
No, it's great. We have a really good relationship, and I think our difference in jobs definitely allow us to have this wider perspective. You guys are getting a lot of information from Alpha as far as the medical field goes. So I'm super happy he came over, and it's in his field. So he's able to show how much knowledge he has too.
Yeah, thank you guys. And also, if anyone's in the medical field, we get free Starbucks. So go to Starbucks.
For this month?
Yeah, it's Nurses Month. Or it was Nurses Week, but I call it Nurses Month. So
yeah. Okay, guys, make sure you get your free Starbucks if you haven't already from Starbucks. This is not sponsored content, okay? All right. Let me just get the poll together for the next people. We got a couple more people to go here. So thank you for hanging in here with us. The garage downstairs is opening. So hopefully that wasn't picked up. All right, releasing to you guys, was this person helpful to Johnny's case? And we are getting the rings and the power couple messages coming in. I haven't got the chat on you today. Susan McIntosh says, Bri, you had a great idea with the polls. Thank you, Alpha, and good luck in your career. Thank you so much. We're so excited for his nursing and my legal.
yeah, she's been my patient a few times.
Yeah, he performs his testing on me. All right, so we have some people saying, OMG, so cute. I'm retired. Cannot wait for the wedding with the power couple. All right. Alpha was saying to take your badge to Starbucks to get your free coffee. Okay. So thank you guys so much for all the sweet comments with Alpha. I think this is making it worth his while for being on the live stream. Okay, who are we on? We're on Edward White. So let's check out what was in that case. So, or what his testimony. Edward White is Johnny's business manager. In April 2016, he discussed finances with Johnny. He advised him to sell properties and reduce expenses. He also stated that Amber demanded in divorce, her demand in the divorce started at $4 million and totaled around $14 million, including all of the taxes and fees Johnny paid for her. I think she ended up pocketing about $7 million. So this was really getting into Amber Heard's greed. And even with the op-ed saying that the whole point was to capitalize on her Aquaman movie, and then you turn around and they were married for like a year and a half, 16 months or something like that. And she got $7 million out of the marriage. And she refused to sign a prenup to the point where Johnny just stopped asking her, and they got married without the prenup. With the prenup, she would not have gotten that much money. What do you think about that, Alpha?
Yeah, that's I do see a lot of she's kind of like seeking money in some form, you know. She took advantage of the wine situation. I'm not letting that go. And then just so it's a lot of it's like she's trying to get money, especially with the restraining order. You guys stated that they filed it after he said he wasn't going to give her money. So it's now trying to get more money, and it's I feel like if he had gave her some type of money, she'd be kind of cool for a little bit, but then come back for some more. Maybe she has a spending habit. Did they, you know, want to look into that? Maybe she should add that into like her notes, you know.
Help them. I think so. Jennifer Miller is coming with the colloquials, the statements, the sentences to get you to subscribe. Beehive, let's pollinate this channel by liking, subscribing, and sharing. Yes, exactly. I am loving the puns with this channel name that we came up with today. So thank you for that, Jennifer. Where else were we going? So Jaka Dafi says, want to be in the field of medic and I guess military. Laura says, is the wedding going to be live streamed? I don't know. I think we're going to do something small. So maybe it's possible it can be live streamed. Yeah. We'll take a vote on that when it gets closer. Denise from Canada says, just so long as you never need to have Bri services, it's all good. That is true. You do not want to hire a lawyer other than for good things, like getting your trademark done. Still looking into the LawTube trademark. So you do want a lawyer for. Where to go? D King says, Amber Heard was also third level sommelier thus all the expensive wines. But when did she become that? Because she said when she first met Johnny, she was drinking very cheap wine, and I think she was like 22 years old. So she probably did this during the relationship with Johnny, right? That's kind of the wine expert person. Lady Dingo says, Alpha, I'm 46 years old. I know a good woman when I see one. Step a big fella from Australia. He's got it together, guys. I was just joking with you guys. He has his plan together, and I'm just, I don't like surprises. So
she does it. It's so hard to like do a surprise with her. She's very tough, you know. She's like, what are you doing? Why are you going there? What's going on? I'm like, let me surprise you.
He doesn't like me asking what store he goes to because he's doing something along those lines. So hopefully in the next month or so, you guys will see a little something on my finger. But we'll see.
Oh, don't worry. I got it all planned out. We're going to get her and she's not even going to know.
Okay, we'll see. Chat, I will let you know as soon as it happens. When they yes, live stream wedding. Emma Rain said she's a liar. I think we're talking about Amber Heard. Mashnori Dahoon says, I don't believe she's a I cannot say that word right now. Sommelier. How do you say that word? Do you know? I know what it is, but I just don't know how to say it. Basically like the wine expert person. Ryan said, at Bri with Bri High, Patreon levels, Honey Bri, and Worker Bri. I like you. Good. So creative.
They're very creative.
So creative, and they're coming up with it so fast. Amazing. All right, let's get to this poll because I kind of just forgot about it. All right, we have Edward White. 92% says yes, he was a good witness. 0% said no, so that means you guys thought he was pretty likable, and 8% said neutral for Johnny's case. Okay, so I think that was a good one. All right, so we have a couple more people, guys. We're almost done with this part of it. So let me check out. For crying out loud, kind of broke down a little bit what I said earlier. It ended up being $14.25 million tax-free. Ed White said that JD would have to bring it in about $30 million to cover the cost of it. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was the $7 million, and then with all the taxes and stuff, it ended up being $14 million. I'll have to look back into that, but that's extreme if that was the case. Okay, Mashnori says she would know Malbec as wine. Okay. Jennifer Miller says, if you do it right, you can probably get sponsors for the ring, the dress, and the food on YouTube. Oh, yeah, if we live stream the wedding. That would be nice. Elizabeth says, at this point, the proposal needs to be live streamed. Then you guys can get a video. I shouldn't have said anything. Ace Moonshot says she's lying about being a third level. I need to learn how to say that word. Ash M says, don't scare her, y'all are so sweet. Yeah, exactly. Let's not scare him. Don't scare him away, chat.
Oh no, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know.
That was fun. And chat's next time you pop up, they're gonna be asking you questions, man.
I see. Put me on my toes. They're ready.
Sorry, didn't mean to put you on blast. Okay. Let's get the next poll going here. All right, so we have. Oh, did it go? Yep, there it is. Oh, I accidentally put 2, but that's okay. You guys know what we mean. Okay, Starlin Jenkins III was Johnny's chauffeur and security guard. He talked about the defecation on the bed and had a convo with Amber, basically on the way to Coachella. Amber said it was a horrible practical joke gone wrong when she explained why she did that to him. So this is the guy that testified to her pooping in Johnny's bed.
Yeah. Time out. Everyone needs to pause. She did what?
In Johnny's bed.
Why?
She told Mr. Jenkins that it was a horrible practical joke gone wrong.
No jokes like that. There's no way.
It's horrible.
No way.
But I think that goes to her abuse to Johnny, because who wants to wake up?
That is definitely abuse. I know when I worked for the state, like if an inmate threw anything that was liquid, that is like that's another charge. You cannot throw anything, especially bodily fluids. Like, so for her to, that's gross.
Yeah. This is an adult woman. Like, this is not a child.
Yeah, that's like, did he sleep on the bed? And then it was like, how did he find out?
I don't know the whole story. I'll have to, like I said, I haven't been able to watch everything. So when I have time to catch up on it, I definitely will.
We need to bring her on the stage, and then we can ask her a few questions. Like, okay, can you explain to us what happened? You know, like, why?
Why did you do this? Okay, Leon says this couple just gets better and better. Fully invested, Bri and Alpha forever. Thank you so much. Coach Karen said it was over 14 mil. Okay. Denise from Canada says Queen Bee stream is pure honey. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are enjoying here on this Sunday afternoon. Ash M says friggin' French words, they always get me. Shortcut, pronounce only first half of the word. Oh, so familiar. I'm gonna have to practice and come back. I gotta listen to Google real quick. Okay, we have Renee Bacon saying yes, the other LawTube channels only acknowledge paid chats. Yeah, and so I actually seen this in Legal Boss chat one time. I was on there, and I know it's because their streams are super busy and they get a lot of chats. But I saw someone saying, can you do a pro bono chat? So even when I get monetized, I will probably still do pro bono chats, because I think everyone should be able to participate in the conversation, even if you do not have money to give. We're doing this for fun, but it's good to always make money from it. But again, we're doing it for fun. So I want, or at least I'm doing it for fun. I want to make sure that everyone can participate, even if they cannot donate to the channel. But donations definitely help the channel. So I understand why some of the other channels do that. All right. We have Radina saying no pressure. Okay, I just lost some chats there. Okay, we have Marissa saying, how about who called 911? Was very short with her words. I don't think I think she said her friend was the one that called 911. Okay, Ash says, at Alpha, can't even spit in someone's face, can get legal charges. I think that goes to what you were talking about, the jail. Yeah. You're muted.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That, and I think also in the public, you can't do that. I'm a little bit traumatized even hearing that, because it's wow. Yeah, let's keep going.
Jennifer says he wasn't there. His people sent him pictures. Okay, so he never observed it. So that was good for him, at least. He didn't have to see it or smell it or anything like that.
Yeah, but I'm traumatized now. I'm not there. So I could only imagine hearing there's poop in your bed and you're like, poop in my bed from who? What's going on?
From your wife.
I would need a whole new bed, I feel like, at that point.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay.
And someone asked about your Twitter. So did you want to tell them your Twitter handle?
Yeah, my Twitter is also Boss Attorney Bri. Instagram is the only one that's different. Instagram is just Boss Attorney without the Bri at the end. So Twitter, you can find me at Boss Attorney Bri. All right, we have Ari saying Johnny was coming home. She was leaving for Coachella. Housekeeper sent a pic to JD the morning he was returning. Okay, thank you for the clarification on the story. Tracy Jackson says the second call was I.O. Tillett from New York for the call to the police. Okay, and A says I super chat Bites and ask her to ask a regular chat question. No idea if she did though. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get, especially with the trial. because it's a lot of people super chatting, a lot of people commenting. So she's been having to do extra streams just to get to all the super chats that have been given to her. So once the trial stops, it should slow down a little bit more, and maybe I can make a suggestion for the pro bono chats. Matthew Giannotti says, I really love interacting with y'all. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining with us. All the chats definitely help the stream go and make the time fly by and make it very fun. So thank you too. All right. Elizabeth Carmichael says, "Is her friend is who called?" Yep. And then K Jam says, "Bri Bono chat" with the B's. I'm loving everything you guys are coming up with. All right, let's see what the chat said about Sterling Jenkins. We have 90% saying yes, the testimony was beneficial. 0% said no, so more people are agreeing now. And then 10% were neutral as to whether he was helpful or not. So I think that's about right. Okay, and so we're moving on to the last couple people. And I honestly didn't get to do all the notes from them, so I'll have to look at one of the articles that I was researching from. But let's go ahead and talk about Malcolm Connolly. So I'm going to put the poll up for him. I know a lot of people like Malcolm Connolly. Yeah. Okay. Not typing here. Malcolm. Oh no. Lee. Okay, let's get the poll going. All right. So go ahead and let me know what you think about Malcolm Connolly. Remember, he was the Scottish bodyguard. And so I'm just going to pop right over to the article, one of the articles that I used to research this, and see what they have to say about Malcolm Connolly. He's the Scottish bodyguard, and he had the courtroom laughing. That is very true. He described Amber Heard and Depp's relationship to the court and noted the changes over time. He claimed that Johnny went from happy to quiet, while Amber became more dominant and demanding. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit more feisty and demanding. He could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in the relationship, and that was pretty obvious. And so this was the bodyguard. He had a pretty cool Scottish accent. It was a little hard to understand him because he was testifying on Zoom or on a live stream. But I think he was very likable, and he helped Johnny's case. They tried to get him on bias, but he straight up said, they asked, are you loyal to Johnny Depp? He said he'll be loyal to any of the people that he's bodyguarding for, which that is what you want because they're your bodyguard. So what do you think about that, Alpha?
I think there was another bodyguard that's earlier that was stated as well. I think, they do stay loyal to who they're working with, which is something I would want, right? You're supposed to protect me. And so I think it's good that he has that thinking. And then also his description of Amber is just as a big baby, she's kicking and screaming when she doesn't get what she wants. She's, it's hey, you're a little bit mature, sometimes when someone says they can't do something or doesn't want to do something, that's okay. And it's she's a big baby. And that's kind of, I think, what he's painting.
Right, exactly. So Susan McIntosh says Malcolm was funny. I agree. He was great. He was a riot to watch, says Lynn Starling. Ace Moonshot says Malcolm has not seen. Oh, we're not going there. Brandy Hughes says I love Malcolm. Yes, I think a lot of people loved him. Rodina, he was in most scenarios of the abuse. Yeah, he did witness a lot of the abuse. And I think he also testified to not seeing any bruises as well, if I'm not mistaken. But don't quote me on that. Ash M says the coolest. Yeah, Malcolm had the courtroom in the palm of his hands. Jacka Duffy says, you drink heavily, Johnny. Were you there? I think that might have been a question that someone asked. Let me see. Where am I at? Okay, Amy K says, but all his employees have been with him forever, which also says something about Johnny Depp. Yes, I think this guy was one of his bodyguards for at least 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. So he keeps his bodyguards around for a very long time. They help him out a lot. Josette Hill says that's a guy who was asked if he saw JD. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I see. Denise from Canada, pronunciation. I'll keep trying until you get a chance to catch it. Sommelier. Okay, yes, sommelier. Okay. I was trying to pronounce it too much. Got it, Denise. Thank you so much. Okay, Matthew says Dr. Curry described Amber Heard's behavior as possibly being petulant. I think that's a good description of her. Yeah. Yeah, Amber Heard, she is not getting a good reputation from this trial. Okay, so we have Malcolm Connolly. The results for his testimony is 96% says yes, he was helpful, and 4% says neutral. So I wonder what you got. Why was it neutral for you guys that voted neutral? Let me know in the chat what you think there. All right, Heather B says he was there with when Amber Heard punched JD the day she said he kneeled on her on the bed. Oh, yep, he was. For crying out loud, exactly. Loyalty doesn't blind loyalty. Doesn't mean perjuring yourself. Right, exactly. He doesn't want to get in trouble on the stand, but of course he's going to be favorable to Johnny. He's the one that called him to the witness stand. And it's up for the jury to decide whether they want to take into account their bias or just say, oh, well, he wasn't biased. Up to them. But he was a very likable witness, so it's very likely that the jury would just say he seemed like an honest person. Okay. Where we go? Coach Karen says that was on the stand on cross. JD responded, were you there? Okay. Emma Rain says you got it. Thank you. Cortoma says he took pictures of Johnny with injuries on the honeymoon after a fight with Amber. Amber had no injuries. Right. What a lot of people have been saying. Alpha Berry is in the chat and on the live stream saying make sure to like and subscribe. Yes, of course. If you have not liked the video, go ahead and hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed yet, go ahead and subscribe. We are on our way to 6,000 subscribers and we're on our way to 4,000 watch hours. So thank you everyone that has been hanging in there with me today. We have covered a lot of ground today. So yes. Denise from Canada says, yes, you nailed the pronunciation. I hope I can remember for next time. Renee Bacon says, who would want a bodyguard that isn't loyal? Exactly. No one will want that. Okay. So of course they're his witnesses. They're going to be a little bit biased, but do they come off as honest and authentic? I would say yes, as far as Malcolm Connolly goes. All right, and we have our last person. We're not going to really dive deep into Johnny and Amber's testimony because they both went several days, and so it's a lot to cover there. And so I guess we can, I don't think we need to do a poll on that one. I do think that after we get off of this stream, you should check out Good Logic's channel. Joe, he was on earlier. Him, Alita, I think some other LawTubers are going to be over there making predictions of what's going to happen next in the trial. So if you are interested in talking about this case for the rest of your Sunday, make sure to pop over to him. He was so nice to me to split this day up with me. This is usually his streaming day. So definitely check him out if you can. All right. So we have Dr. Dawn Hughes. And I think a lot of people did not like her that much. But she was also Amber Heard's first witness. So we're no longer talking about Johnny's witnesses. We're talking about Amber Heard's. However, Amber Heard has only had this doctor testify, and now she's testifying. So she doesn't have that many witnesses to go through. So, Alpha, you've been saying that the witnesses are on Johnny's side. So let's see if this one changes your mind, okay? Or if you think that she's more favorable to Johnny. Let's see how that goes. And so I don't have very many notes for her either because I was running out of time and I needed to hop on this stream here. So she was the first person called by Amber Heard. Let's see. Hughes is a board certified clinical and forensic psychologist. The court was shown notes that Hughes had made about Heard while evaluating her, and written that intimate partner violence triggered post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is the therapist or psychologist that testified on behalf of Amber, saying that the fights with Johnny triggered post-traumatic stress disorder, probably relating back to abuse by her father. So Curry is the one, was it Curry? I think it was Curry is the one that basically countered this and said, no, she does not have PTSD. Hughes said, yes, she does. She testified, okay, I'm almost done. She testified that Hurts experienced PTSD symptoms while filming Aquaman 2. Her symptoms included sweaty palms, heart palpitations, and panic attacks, which interfered with her functioning, said the psychologist. During the cross-examination, it was noted that her medical notes referenced James Franco and Elon Musk. So those are two people that she has been alleged to date during the relationship with Johnny Depp, or towards the end of the relationship with Johnny Depp.
Did they say James Franco?
James Franco. James DeFranco.
Oh, okay. We saw the roast. I think it was like last weekend. Dad. He has a very interesting dating pool. Like, I don't. Okay. All right.
A bunch of old dudes.
Very interesting. I think the psychologist's information is very good. I think that's the first one. I think like the information was actually documented. It looks it sounds very professional.
Yeah.
And I think this one would work more into Amber's favor, not Johnny Depp, just based on the statements. So, okay. Yeah. I'm just a little thrown off by the James Franco thing.
Oh, guys, I released the post. I forgot to release it, but it's there now for you guys to vote on whether you think it was helpful for Johnny. Remember, we're saying, is it helpful for Johnny? So I'm anticipating a little more no's this time. Lynn C. Starling said Hughes was not convincing at all. Renee Lee says, can someone explain to me why someone has their abusive father hanging out at their engagement party and wedding? She also had him meeting Johnny Depp and made them become best friends as well. So I don't think she's really gone too deep into the abuse by her father, honestly, if I can remember correctly. Jakadafi says, I think Amber Heard was just withdrawing from hers. Miriam Bacon says, frustrating how much she continually referred to victims as she, her, and abusers as he, him. Yes, she intentionally uses language from the Me Too movement to make herself sound more relatable to women domestic violence survivors. I've noticed that. And I've also noticed that she often says, I don't remember the exact sequence of events, to kind of throw us all off as to whether her testimony is consistent or is it just her not remembering the sequence of events. Comes off as deceptive to me, but what do I know? All right, and we have Regulator 30 saying Hughes is super biased, use she pronouns for victims, references, and he pronouns for abusers. It discounted everything she said, even though some of what she said was true about IPV, turned everyone off. I agree with you there. A lot of people did not like Hughes very much. Elizabeth Carmichael says Dr. Hughes crossed the doctor-patient line, in my opinion. She seemed to be too emotionally invested in Amber. Yes, it did come across like that, especially the way she was testifying, the emotion that she had behind it as well. All right, we have L. Mac understatement. Elaine needs to stop using her for future cases. And she has testified in a couple of other cases, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I think I lost that chat. Ari says, I said neutral because the jury could also mentally reverse the whole M and F thing and see connections with JD's testimony. So basically reverse the male and female. That's what I'm taking that as. Elizabeth Carmichael says, good for Johnny. Ryan says she also kept reading from her notes, which was objected to several times. Yeah, I think she was trying to admit her notes into evidence, much like the nurse and Dr. Kipper did. So let's see what the chat says in their votes. Dr. Hughes.
It's a tie.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Dr. Hughes says, yes, it was helpful for Johnny. Or not, she doesn't say it, but the chat says that she was helpful for Johnny. 39% says no, she was not helpful for Johnny, and 21% says that it was neutral. Oh, we went no. No is winning now. 40% for no now. So almost a tie. Almost a tie there.
Almost a tie.
Yeah, so chat, I think they are pretty accurate on who was beneficial for what party in the case. We have Matthew Giannotti saying everyone is biased, but Dr. Hughes was essentially just repeating what Amber Heard told her, which seems to have come up with a couple of the counselors and therapists, right?
Yeah, I agree. Because that's why I think in the beginning I was saying, hey, where's your notes? Not just she told me this. Like, where's your objective data? You're saying a lot of subjective data here,
Right.
So that's my view on that.
Yeah, and Amber B says Dr. Hughes is part of Me Too movement. She has to protect Amber Heard to say Me Too, but just makes it look very bad. Okay, that would make sense of why she was so defensive about it. Eames says she's very notably got on the wrong side of the judge. Also, the way she spoke about Amber Heard sounded like everything we've heard about JD. So I think she helped him more than she meant to. I heard that a lot about her testimony as well, that it kind of made it sound like she was describing Johnny Depp as the victim rather than Amber Heard. Amy K says she came across as an expert that only looks good on paper. Someone who has many credentials they don't try anymore. I can see how that could become an issue. For Crying Out Loud says she also kept talking to the judge like a Karen wanted to talk to the manager of the trial. Lordy, she was full of herself and they were telling her she couldn't read from her notes. Miss Hughes was a Karen. That's what we're getting from the chat. All right. So agreeing with Amy, Regulator says Dr. Curry was also more transparent about therapists not being allowed to testify to whether events truly transpired or not, and Hughes did a lot of that. Okay, yeah, that's an issue as far as the medical professionals testifying, especially the therapists. Many of Dr. Hughes' prior testimonies have been stricken in trials because of the exact tactics. Okay, that's good to know. So she's probably not that favorable to the jury, honestly, based off of the perception that was perceived in the public. If the jury is like a lot of us on YouTube here, then they probably wouldn't like her as well. Emma Rain says, Bri, can you pull that question again? Many people misinterpreted it. I think you'll find a big yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and do Dr. Hughes. Was she beneficial for Johnny's case? So I'll do that. Dr. Hughes.
Thank you guys for being on the live. You guys are great and great interactions.
Yes, thank you so much. And you guys have definitely made it worth it. Like I said earlier, I was super nervous. I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, just hoping that some people would show up. And you guys have been great. You showed up, you've interacted, you've liked the video, you've subscribed. I am so appreciative of today in this live stream. And I hope we make it. I think we might be a little bit under the 2,000, but I think this week we can hit it.
I think you made it. I think we're about to hit 5 hours. So yeah. I think you most definitely you made it. So you got your beehive.
Thank you to the beehive.
The queen bee.
Dove Omega said post-traumatic depth disorder. Hey Bri, nice to meet you, Alpha. I subscribed yesterday during Legal Bites and well satisfied. Looking forward to more fun and enlightenment at the Bri Hive. Thank you so much. I might have to get a chat page for Twitter or something for the Bri Hive.
Might have to trademark that one too.
That would be fun. Or maybe we can use it as our hashtag. Yeah, we can hashtag it instead
of Bri Hive. I like that.
Poll. Yep, redid the poll for you, Emma. K Jam says, can we get a poll on whether or not Isaac Baruch was the best witness of all time? Okay, who else should be listed in the top witnesses? So we have Isaac Baruch. I think we can add in Malcolm Connolly. Who else was a very good witness for Johnny Depp that did a good job on the stand? Ben King, okay. Alpha Bri, and they added you in. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, here it is. There we go. We're gonna add Ben King in on the next poll. Jennifer says, Bri call to action, like, subscribe, and watch more videos. Thank you so much, Jennifer. You have been killing it.
Yes.
Alejandro, they want to add in Alejandro. So that's for 4 people. So that's all we can include. So that'll be the next poll. So we had a revote on Dr. Hughes. Were they beneficial for Johnny? 77% said yes, they were beneficial. 11% said no, and 11% was neutral. And it's about the same amount of votes. So it definitely changed. I guess I didn't word it correctly last time. Okay, so good job. Good call, Emma. It did change the results. Okay, so we'll do it changed it by a lot, huh? We'll do one last poll. Best witness so far, other than the parties, of course. Okay, and so we'll have Isaac Baruch. And I might butcher some of these names in the spelling, guys. We'll have Malcolm, Connolly. I really spelled that Malcolm, like come somewhere.
Someone said, poll if Amber Heard was beneficial to Johnny. 100% yes. That was funny.
Alejandro, I don't remember his last name. Carino, was it Carino? I don't remember. Oh no, that was Christopher. Let me see if I can find him here. I think that was when Alita was still on. Alejandro Romero, and the last person was what's his name? Ben King.
So okay. Should be Ben King, Alejandro, Isaac.
Yeah, I got Isaac.
And then Kurt. Did someone say Curry or?
No, no. Curry was the doctor. So we're going more off of his bodyguards and the other. Yeah, these are mostly bodyguards, honestly. Bodyguards and the we have who has been the best witness so far in this trial. We have Isaac, Malcolm, Alejandro, and Ben King. So there is your poll for the vote. Let us know who you think has been the best witness in the case, whether you think they're the best because of their relatability, whether you felt like they were honest, why, any reason that you think that they were the best, go ahead and vote for them, and we will get a poll of who was the best. And so let's just pop back in the chat while I give you some time to make your decision. Think carefully now. We have a Regulator 30 saying this stream plus chat has been fired. Bri plus Alpha, much love. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We definitely appreciate it. Ace Moonshot says, I believe Alejandro because he didn't give a S. Because he was in the car vaping and driving. He was. Crying out loud says Malcolm. Okay, I think they're just saying that. They're all their faves, says Emma. Isaac was key. Elaine really messed up letting him free. Oh, yeah. Isaac was eating Elaine up. Elaine is the other attorney for Amber's side. So he was eating her up. Elizabeth Carmichael says friend, bodyguard, house manager, and doorman. Okay, yep, good mix. Okay, I thought most of them were bodyguards. So Ben King, okay, this is hard. All right, so let's see a couple more. Ben was both charming and hard and had great info and pick evidence. Yeah, that's good for him. He did a good job with that. Ash M says, Isaac stole my heart, reflected JD well. Yes, and he was called very early on in the trial, and I think that really gave Johnny a leg up because he had such relatable witnesses. All right, so let's check out the chat. Who wins here? We have 4 options this time. We have Isaac Baruch is at 42%. We have Malcolm Connolly at 6%. There's still some votes coming in, but that's okay. We have Alejandro Romero at 21%, and we have Ben King at 31%. So I think that was pretty accurate. I thought Malcolm would be a little higher, but I think all of these people were so good it was hard to choose. Okay, so let's check out a couple more chats and then we gotta go eat something.
I know.
Yes, Jennifer Miller.
You know,
said,
on the vote on the witness thing, it's like all the ones that weren't the professionals, you know, they're kind of like
stole the show.
Like they're kind of like passing by and just witnessing what's going on. They're kind of in the background, you know. They're not even the main characters, and people like their opinion more, and that's very interesting.
Yeah, because they're there to be character witnesses, so you need them to be relatable and believable too. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. Well, let's get some more chats real quick. Jennifer Miller says Alejandro was not at all interested in defending anyone. He just showed up because they made him. Yeah, my was like, let's get this over with. Brandy Hughes says, regardless of the poll, hands down, I don't think Amber Heard stands a chance of having witnesses we will enjoy as much. I don't think so either. I think so many people already dislike Amber. It's going to be hard to like any of her witnesses, even if they are good people or good witnesses. Maddie Perez says Ben was not getting paid by JD and was not a friend. I thought he was because he was one of his managers, his house manager, I thought. Radina says Isaac cried and said it's not fair. Oh, yeah, Isaac did cry. He was very sympathetic. He probably has the jury wrapped, or he probably had the jury wrapped around his finger. So hopefully they were. I think he has testimony that the jury will remember. Honestly, Amy says agreed with Brandy. Oh, I lost some chats there. Emma says it was so much fun, you guys. Great to meet you on the channel, Bri. Much love. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for participating in the chat so much. Ace Moonshot says Ben King was neutral and was actually around them a lot during key periods. He seemed like a guy that could buttle the queen. Yeah, he did. He spent some time with her. All right, and Denise from Canada says, you two have done such an amazing job today. Can't wait to get a chance to join another live stream with you. Thank you so much. You guys are going to convince Alpha to join more live streams with me. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it for sure. All right, we have Coach Karen saying, congratulations on your very successful live stream. Be hybrid to 6K before you know it. Yes, I cannot wait. I'm so excited, so happy that all of you joined us today. For Crying Out Loud says, Isaac getting emotional on the stand really helped JD, made his testimony feel more authentic, and made his feelings for both of them feel more truthful. Yes, because he said good things about Amber still, too. So I think that's very beneficial to Johnny. Theory, Rottenborn only presented strategy YouTube said is winnable. Elaine handled the crazier allegations. Could Rottenborn say he won't address the extreme stuff Amber Heard wants in trial, but Elaine will? Yeah, so your attorney is supposed to be there for the strategy. Your client is supposed to be there for like the facts and whether they want to go forward. But it sounds like Amber Heard is running her team and making sure the things she wants to get in gets in, because the story she is telling, I don't know. She's just going off, and maybe that's why they allowed for Elaine to be the one asking her the questions, because Amber is putting in a lot of detail, a lot of irrelevant detail to, I think, confuse the jury. Coach Karen says 5.77. We on our way to 6K. All right, and we have Radina saying, "Common do the Amber poll to see 100."
The poll to see if Amber was beneficial to Johnny Depp's case.
Oh. Okay. Well.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah.
What's gonna be the third one?
Oh, I'm just leaving it yes or no. Amber Heard beneficial to Johnny Depp's case? Question mark. Last one. Okay, let's see. We got a compliment coming from Adrian. Alpha's great, and I'm glad we're all flying into the wedding. That would be so sweet.
Thank you guys.
That's so sweet. Okay, we got people voting on Amber Heard. So let's
There's the 100%.
For Crying Out Loud says Ben King's reaction when he was asked if he had to replace a painting because there'd been a man's genitalia painted on it was priceless. You could see the subtle horror at the very thought. That's funny. Renee Lee says Amber totally lied to her lawyers. They were caught off guard many times by Amber. I definitely agree with you on that, especially when it came to that cop testifying, and her attorney kept asking her the same questions in different ways about whether there were bruises. Why didn't you note the bruises? She said, because they weren't there. Because I didn't see them. Because they weren't there. And so I think that Amber told her attorneys, like, yeah, the cops saw all the damage. There's nothing to worry about. That's what it comes off as. We don't know what she told her attorneys, but it doesn't seem like she's telling them the truth, to tell you the truth. Well, in my opinion, let's say that.
I've heard your frustration to that. How would you say you feel when your clients tell you something that is false, and then you're in court and now
it's embarrassing because you have to try to fight it as hard as you can, and then you just look crazy. And especially like in family law, when your client files their paperwork by themselves and then you have to go in and defend whatever they wrote, it's embarrassing, it's hard, and you can only do the best that you can. But many of the times I have actually still won, but if they would have gave me better facts, definitely would have been an easier win. I've lost on some, and you just have to explain it to the client, like, hey, we didn't have good facts, and if you would have came to me before you filed this, I would have advised you not to file it.
Yeah,
so,
because I remember your frustrations. You're like, oh man.
Yeah. Coach Karen says Beehive Wedding Planners. So sweet. We have Z Celtic saying Muffin Gate, yes, for Dr. Curry. Denise from Canada saying, if all the chats you answered today were super chats, you could serve that $500 wine. Yeah, we could. We might have a fundraiser. Yeah, I plan on making my channel super fun. I want to like do giveaways and things like that because you guys are so supportive. You spend your time here. If you start submitting super chats, you're spending your money here. You're supporting the channel. So I hope to keep it always fun and have the participation going with everyone. So let's see. Oh, we have the results from the vote. 73 votes. 99%. Yeah, someone said no. Who's the 1%? It was one person. Because it's only 74 votes and they counted 1%. So it has to be one person. 99% said yes, she was beneficial to Johnny's case. Amber Heard was beneficial to Johnny's case. And 1% said no, she was not beneficial to Johnny's case.
Someone said Amber Heard voted.
That's so funny.
Can you imagine if she had like a burner phone and she's just like listening to the lives and voting and participating, you know?
She's not supposed to be on social media because she's still on the witness stand, but I would imagine it will be super hard for her to use any type of phone or computer during this week without seeing something about the trial because it's everywhere.
Yeah. Definitely even being her friend, like you did, especially the bed thing. I can't get over that. Why?
Yeah, it gets crazy here in the trial. So the 1%, right? All right, guys. So we are going to head out. We need to go eat something. Thank you, everyone that joined the live stream. This was fun. It was informational. We caught up on all the witnesses just to refresh our memory. So I think you guys are in a good position to go ahead and watch Alita's live stream tomorrow. She'll be streaming the full trial for the rest of the trial. Also, if you are interested in the strategy or what the other lawyers anticipate the strategy will be, make sure to go over to Good Logic's channel. He spent some time over here, and he would appreciate if you guys can go over there and spend some time with him as well. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for helping me choose emojis. Thank you for helping me choose a chat name that I think it rings bells. It's a good chat name. And we're coming up with some good statements about pollinating the like button and the subscribe button, making sure we change the color. So thank you everyone for joining. I hope to see you later on this week. So bye.